Good afternoon and welcome to Plymouth, Wisconsin, less than 3 kilometers from the gorgeous Elkhart Lake for round 1 of season 6 of the Platinum Endurance Championship, the 12 Hours of Road America, live and in full here on the Arrow Broadcast Network. My name is Taylor Mills, and alongside me is top 16 VCO IndyCar Challenge finisher Olivia Hayward, with Carmen and Sienna taking up a position comfortably behind the desk for this season. And we'll be with you all throughout practice, qualifying, and the race. 4 months ago, Writer Engineering, 07 Racing, and Lithium Motorsports took the GTP, GT3 Pro, and GT3 AM crowns respectively, with Lithium Engineering returning to defend their GT3 AM crown, and Writer expanding to a 2-car effort for this season. They will have 5 rounds to defend that championship, including Algarve, Watkins Glen, Le Mans, and Fuji. But first off, they must tackle the infamous Road America. Road America is often touted as the Spa of the USA, and when you look at the similarities, that statement really starts to ring true. Both of them started as monstrous road courses and were shortened to their current closed circuit lengths. Road America made the change first and still retains that original 1950s layout. Hurry Downs, Kettle Bottoms, and Canada Corner are all still staples of the modern circuit, and all of those old challenges still remain. This isn't your normal Grade 1 facility. This is a hardcore circuit with grass and gravel on the exit of the corners to meet you if you get it wrong. This track can and will bite if you mistreat her. The 74-year-old straights and huge braking zones will present overtaking opportunities aplenty and present a very unique multi-class challenge. We have very high-performance prototype machines that have the grip and have the downforce to get down the inside of these slower GT3 cars. But at the start of a 12-hour race, are you really going to want to be that aggressive? These are the decisions that these teams are going to have to make as they take on the blender that is this circuit. A circuit that I'm not afraid to admit is one of my absolute favorites, not only on the iRacing service, but in the world. A driver I know, though, that has a myriad of experience at this track, in plenty of different racing machines, is Screen to Speed finalist Olivia Hayward. Olivia, what does it take to tackle the infamous Road America?
Thank you for the intro. The main thing that you're going to need to deal with here is the sort of very different challenge between the first and final sectors, the long straights, especially that hard braking zone into turn 5 and the one into Canada as well. Very, very tricky. Along with those middle sectors where things get a lot more twisty, a lot more weavy, coming up through Hurry Downs, and that turn sits under the bridge with a very difficult uphill braking zone that flattens out. You have to have a lot of practice, and these drivers have had weeks and weeks to get their iron around here. But it's not just what's behind the wheel, but what is around you as well. This sort of track that has very different sections of high and low speed makes it a fascinating setup challenge. Again, very much akin to what you will see at Spa or what we saw back in our season 5 finale last time out at Le Mans. You've got to make a car that is good on the straights that can make the overtakes, especially in traffic, but you've got to be able to keep hold of it through the twist sections and put yourself close to the car ahead so you can make that move for the top end advantage.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons why I love this track so much, because you have a car that's so slippery on the straights, topping out at just a little bit over 300 kilometers an hour in those prototypes, probably around 280 in the GT3s. So to then try and get the cars stopped, especially as we mentioned down at turn 5, is quite the impressive challenge. Although before we do kick things off for qualifying in about 10 minutes, there's a couple of little bits of housekeeping that we do need to talk about, because there's been a couple of changes to the balance of performance between all of the car classes. Not too many, to be fair. We didn't see that many in the GTP class at all. All we really saw was a change of the aero map for the Acura. They lost a little bit of their downforce, so in theory, they should be a less dominant car out there on track this season. But a lot of cars still opting to take the Acura ARX 06 in the GTP class this season. But one team that did make the switch from Acura back to Cadillac is last season's champions, Writer Engineering, as we are on board here with Jan Kurbs. But to talk about the GT3 balance of performance changes, we saw a reduced vehicle mass, reduced engine torque, and reduced fuel capacity for the BMW M4 GT3, which in theory should make that car a little bit faster in the corners, without affecting too much its stint lengths or the way it gets out of the corners. So of course, if you take mass out of the car, it just makes it automatically quicker. Think about how George Russell got disqualified from the Belgian Grand Prix this year for being 1.5 kilograms out of weight, underweight even. That's worth a couple of tenths of a second, just completely free, that you don't even have to do anything for. The Mercedes-AMG GT3 also had some updated fuel economy. Sadly, I don't have the exact numbers on that one, so that's going to unfold itself during this race as we see whether it does go longer or shorter than the rest of the GT3 cars. So, something interesting that we're going to see, though, is next week it is week 13, which means the new build of iRacing comes out. We are expecting a couple of bot changes again in both of these classes, but it's going to be something that we keep an eye on. And of course, we'll keep you folks updated on that as it happens when we get to round 2. And just a quick correction, there are no Mercedes-AMG GT3s in this field, so we won't actually be seeing whether or not that fuel economy change affects the racing. But one more big change that came to the GT3s for this season, one that I find quite interesting, is the fact that they've actually given the GT3s a couple more options in the pit stops. So when we talk about the GTPs, we always talk about how they've got that ability to change the ARBs, change the ballast and whatever out on track. GT3s have a pretty fixed ARB setup when you make the setup, or at least that was the case before this season. Now when you come into the pit lane, you can choose to make changes to the front and rear ARBs and the rear wing angle. It's going to take a couple of extra seconds at the stop, but if that's worth a tenth or two per lap as the race progresses, that's going to be something that kind of makes that little bit of a loss of time completely obsolete. And Olivia, it's something that you tackle when you drive the IndyCar machinery around tracks like this. So you really know how much these changes can actually make a difference.
Yeah, it's a big factor in that car on road courses in terms of tyre warm-up. Unfortunately, that's not something that GT3 is able to do because they have to send the car out with one setting and deal with the warm-up as it comes to them. But for the GTP drivers, I think there's going to be a little bit of that where they can adjust maybe how stiff the front is on those outlaps to try and get a bit more heat in and then maybe back it back down as the stint goes on to keep that stability. I think what those GT3 changes, where they're really going to shine, is if later in the season we get any inclement weather and races where we go from dry to wet back to dry. That'll give the teams the extra option as they bolt on the wet weather tyres to maybe soften the car or to put a little bit more downforce on the car, because you're not as worried about outright performance in those conditions. You just want to keep the car out of trouble and pass it on to the next driver where hopefully they'll have a little bit of a better condition to deal with. That will not be a concern today. It is a beautiful lake out here at Elkhart Lake. Maybe a bit of a breeze from the waterfront, but no rain scheduled at all. It is really perfect conditions to start off the season, and every opportunity for every single one of these teams to try and start out on the right foot and get themselves some solid points heading into round number 2.
Yeah, of course, the Tempest weather system introduced mid-season, in the middle of season 5, and there was a vote on it between all the drivers and the teams as to whether or not they wanted to introduce the Tempest weather system to the Platinum Endurance Championship last season. There were a few concerns about performance with the wet weather system, and when the rain came down, there were a few. This is a unique problem to sim racing, as there are a few clashes with some graphics cards. So of course, that was causing some drivers' entire computers to crash whenever it started to rain. Those issues, iRacing claim they fixed. But of course, that's going to be something we keep an eye on if it does eventually rain. But yes, for today's race, I think almost sadly, no rain is scheduled. I would have kind of liked that to be thrown into the mix a little bit to see how our drivers react to changes in weather conditions. But of course, we are going to see the track develop along the course of the race. Remember, this is a 12-hour event. We're starting at about 1 p.m. Local, well, 1 p.m. local to where I am. So it will be nighttime, not only in real life, but in sim by the time we get to the end of the race. And as we know, that's when the track temperature starts to drop. That's when the air density starts to increase as well. So those ARB and rear wing changes that we discussed being added to the GT3s, it could be something that people choose to use, because we know when that air density increases, of course, that gives more air to go over the rear wing, get shot up out the back of it, and produce that downforce. But that also comes with the negative effects of an increase in drag, Olivia.
It sure does. So it'll make it, again, easier to stay close or to pull away through those sort of middle sectors from the exit of turn 5 all the way through to the exit of the carousel of turn 10. But for the rest of the lap, really you're going to be hurting a fair bit, because you've got 3 massive straights through the kink and towards Canada Corner, which should be flat in basically all cars, maybe a slight lift on cold tyres just to keep the car settled. And then of course very long, very narrow start-finish straight. These have to navigate on this rolling start. And of course that run down to turn 5 with a very difficult downhill braking zone. Having that rear wing trimmed out is going to be huge for performance there. Although, again, if you can get ahead, then you might not need that lower downforce trim. If you can find half a second in those middle sectors, you're not really going to need that much help, especially if you have some draft from maybe a car ahead on the straights. But one other thing, it's not just the track temperature that's going to change and the air temperature, but you gotta remember, this is a 60 car field, an absolutely jam-packed field for the start of the Season 6 Championship. And all of those cars laying down and burning up hundreds, thousands of tyres is going to put a huge amount of rubber down onto the racing line. It almost goes over what you can set for 100% at the start of a session. You can go to like 130, 140%, I'm pretty sure. So it's going to be a very, very rubbered in surface. If later in the season, maybe at Fuji, we do get a race that starts dry and then has some rainfall later in the race, that rubber is going to be incredibly treacherous to deal with as it gets wet. But even in these sort of situations, the track is going to evolve massively. You're going to start finding grip in different places, and lap times are going to evolve as the race goes on. And so it's important that your setup is versatile. If you've tuned it for a single hot lap in one set of conditions, it might not be able to perform as the race progresses, and it might get very, very unstable. And again, for these GT3 cars, only 3 adjustments available, all of them in the pit stop. So you've not got much room to adapt to once you're into the race. You've got to have it ready from the outset.
Speaking of setting those cars up for that single fast hot lap, we are only minutes away from the start of our open qualifying session here at Road America. As a reminder to everyone watching at home, this is a unique qualifying session to what you might see in your official road racing here on the iRacing service. Instead of having single car closed qualifying, we have a roughly 40-minute open session that is actually split between the 3 classes of cars on track. So at the start of the session, all of the GT3 cars will go out on track together to try and set their fast laps, while all of our GTP fields will sit and wait patiently in the pit lane. At the end of the GT3 session, they will be given the checkered flag, at which point they have to complete all their laps, get back into the pit lane, and await out the rest of the qualifying session, whilst the GTP runners get to the end of the pit lane, get out on track, and then set their fast laps before the end of the session. So it's something we don't often see when we're talking about and doing broadcasts. So I always look forward to watching an open qualifying session, because it's not only about going fast, it's about making sure you've got a little bit of clean air, but also try and maybe pick up some slipstream without getting stuck behind another car that's going to really slow you down. But here we are then, the GT3 field, making their way towards the end of the pit lane for the start of their qualifying session. It does say 40 minutes in the top left. Of course, we can't represent that proper time split between the two. So we'll keep you updated when we do get towards the end of the sessions, as this qualifying session does get underway.
And And I think for these GT3 machines, they start their long, sort of 2-minute outlap of this track. Slipstream is going to be the name of the game. You're going to lose a little bit of performance in that twisty middle sector, but GT3 cars aren't the highest sort of downforce trim to begin with, and having a car ahead, maybe even a big Ford Mustang, punching holes in the air in front of you is going to gain you tenths and tenths and tenths on these 3 long straights. Of course, you've got to be careful because you can't drive through the car ahead. If you get to their rear bumper and they're just not able to carry the speed through the corners, you have to wait for them. And so we might see some drivers try and slot in behind maybe a pro machine or a particularly fast AM driver they find. They've had an hour and 20 of practice to sort of get an eye of the field and see who they feel comfortable running behind, who they think has particularly good pace. And I think that might play into the strategy of, if you see one of those names ahead, you'll try and tuck up close and really take advantage of that slipstream. Otherwise, you might back off a bit and just try and focus on your lap, get the cleanest run you possibly can, and hope that other drivers come into some trouble running these close quarters. We've seen it in real-life motorsports so often. Formula 1 qualifying sessions at Monza, which will actually be happening today, a good example, but really in all forms of lower downforce trim especially, you get huge qualifying packs, almost like Mazda racing, which of course we get to see plenty of around North America throughout the year.
So here we are then, cameras on the driver of the number 216 Dead Bull racing car, Regan Carty, to start his first flying lap of the session in a car that is brand new to the Platinum Endurance Championship. Of course, the 2 American beasts of Corvette and Ford, both of their brand new GT3s for this year being introduced to the service at the same time. It was weird because last season in real life we had a sort of detuned Corvette GTE that was running around in real life in IMSA. But of course, this brand new Corvette Z06.R GT3, Z06 GT3.R is a purpose-built GT3 machine. So you'd sort of expect a bit of a better balance out of the car compared to the old one. An engine that's properly built for the amount of power that it's going to put out. Dedicated suspension, and in fact a sort of unique thing that Chevrolet and Pratt & Miller introduced to this car that I don't think any of the other GT3s have. Of course, it takes a lot of air pressure and fluids to make this car run. So on either the driver or passenger side, there's 3 ports that you can plug in hoses into to top up all 3 of those systems, which is just a little bit unique and interesting, and I guess helps with that sort of race management and that damage management. If there's any leaks or anything, you can get those patched up and filled straight back up and get them back out on the track as quickly as possible. Just a couple of those interesting real-life things that we don't really get to see much in the sim, but very much taken advantage of by those real-life teams. Carty then on a flying lap coming down into Canada corner, picking up a lovely slipstream from Mitchell Green, and the BMW in front gets all over that curb on the inside, using every inch of the concrete curb on the outside of the circuit. Comes up through Thunder Hill. You can get on that curb on the inside as well, and then getting a bit aggressive on that curb on the outside. Manages to keep hold of it though. Then through the final corner, which is a notoriously tricky corner, very difficult to get right, and taking that toe all the way up the hill under the gantry, sticking again in the slipstream of a very big BMW that's punching a hole in the air. And where's that going to put him as he comes across the line? I don't think that lap was legal. Yeah, I don't see that time going on the board at all. I think Regan Carty managed to pick himself up an off track on that one.
And if I had to guess, it probably was through that final set through Phil Mitchell Bend. Or Bill Mitchell Bend, I think. I mixed those 2 up, sorry.
EastEnders character.
That's what it is, but I tell people make the joke so often. That's a joke that... Actually, no, but this is European audience. Some people might get that.
Yeah, that's in the field.
At the top of the table right now is 2 Ferraris, which, again, these GT3 cars in real life are very much built a lot like prototypes right now. There's a lot of advancement. We saw from the Ferrari a sort of quick swap rear ends that you often only see from on prototype machines, and I do think that is modeled at least somewhat in the iRacing damage model. If one of those cars does get a hit to the rear, it might be a little bit quicker to swap that out for any Ferrari machines. And we do have a lot of them in this field. Just by looking, maybe like a third to maybe 40% of the GT3 entries are in that Ferrari 296. Of course, a very popular car on the service. You can race it all the way from a D license that has a specific series for the Ferrari Challenge, all the way up to the top levels in IMSA and of course in League Racing. And a lot of these teams have a lot of familiarity with it because of that. Its mid-engine is quite balanced, and we talk about bop. It's very, maybe sometimes enticing to chase that bop, but ultimately those things will change over time, and the one thing that will stay consistent is if you know a certain car inside and out and can get it to work for you, no matter what the conditions are, no matter what the track is, no change that's made in terms of engine power, in terms of downforce trim, is going to take that knowledge away from you. And I think because of that, we're seeing quite a uniform field. A lot of Ferrari machines running in this championship. Of course, we are on board with the 234 of a newer car, that Ford Mustang, which I believe we didn't have last season. That and that Chevrolet, two new entries to the championship. We're just missing out on the updated McLaren, which is set to debut next week in week 13. But I'm sure heading into season 7, a lot of drivers will have their eye on that thing to see if they can find routes, if they can get familiar with it, and if they opt to learn that car ready for what comes next.
Yeah, I don't know if you managed to pick up on the story with the McLaren in the PEC Discord server in the run-up to the start of the season, Liv. But there was a little bit of discussion about whether or not PEC would adopt the McLaren for, well, it would be a mid-season introduction of the car. The only issue was, or I think the only issue that meant it stayed out of the championship, was the fact that the teams had a choice. If they voted to allow the McLaren in, any team that wanted to run the 720S GT3 would have to do race 1 in the over a decade old 650S GT3, and I don't think that's something a lot of drivers wanted to do. As much fun as that car is, it's not really up to scratch with the Ford and the Corvette that came out this year and the Ferrari that's already got a year and a half of competition under its belt.
Also, forgive me if I'm wrong about this, but I believe right now we are right up against the car cap in terms of unique models. I don't know if there would even be room to have that flamethrower on the grid. Oh, I guess there would be, because that would take up the spot that's notated by an LMP2 in an official IMSA lobby. So, yeah, but no team's really wanting to make that call to run a, I think 11-year-old model at this point. And so we've got 2 new cars to run for this season, but we won't see any updates to that from this point.
Yeah, I think we both agree it's a very cool machine, but it's just not really something that I don't know. It's just, I don't think it's good enough. It sounds good, it looks good, and it spits flames, and that makes it cool. But yeah, just not really up to pace, and I don't think any of the teams really wanted to run that risk. Because you imagine, you get a car that's got the performance to fight for race wins after round 1, the 720S GT3. Imagine it comes in and it's just the fastest thing on the planet. You've had one round in a car that isn't quite up to snuff. You end up at the back of your class, not scoring many points. Maybe you have to run a setup that doesn't, that isn't really safe to drive, and you end up in a barrier somewhere, 0 points scored, and then that puts you on the back foot for, again, the next 5 rounds, which isn't a long time at all. It makes every single race really, really important. And these teams want to score points in every single race. They want to have those consistent performances, because that's how you put together a championship charge. And having to switch cars mid-season and learn a new car, rather than take something that you know inside out already, it's not really worth the risk.
And not just that, but it is a huge risk, because you're making that gamble and taking that bet on sacrificing round 1 for a car that is complete unknown. Maybe you've tried it in another sim, but you're just not gonna know how it drives until you get your hands on it in a few days' time. And I think having those sort of weeks to work on something you already have is just preferred. And again, we'll have plenty of time to learn heading into next season. But let's focus on the session at hand right now. We have 20 cars overall within the GT3 field, within 1 second of our current pole sitter, which is the 219 SimRace Sweden Esports Pro machine. The top 2 separate are just 8,000, and that just shows you how competitive and how tight this field is. And it really seems like the pro machines and the pro drivers are really showing their form right now. I believe the top AM car is in 25th overall, but of course they're only fighting the cars behind them, and they'll be very happy to be within a second and a half of our very fastest drivers.
Yeah, much like real life in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, we do have 2 separate GT3 classes, but there's no performance differences. This isn't like the old WEC GT3 Pro and GT3 Pro-Am, where the Pro-Am class was a couple years old, almost out of homologation GT3 machineries, or machines even. These cars are all identical. A Ford in the Pro class, the same as a Ford in the AM class, and the same with the Ferraris and the Corvettes and everything else. So there is 0 performance difference between these cars. The thing that makes the difference is that bit of meat behind the steering wheel. So those 1.5 seconds, there's going to be a little bit of that in setup, but you'd be surprised how much of that comes from, you know, a driver's ability to really extract the time from these machines. But we are less than 6 minutes to go in the GT3 qualifying session. SimRace Sweden Esports Pro currently at the top with a 203.8, with XPD Racing and Alberto Moreno returning from last season, only less than 100th of a second behind. RPM Racing round out the top 3, AZR Motorsport challenging for 4th as well, and DTIX Motorsport rounding out that top 5. The Writer Engineering Esports Pro car, a car that we saw some really strong performances out of last season, only down in P6, but I think that just speaks to the quality of competition that we've got across the entirety of this field. And if a car wants to really compete, they're going to have something special behind that wheel.
And we're starting to see times ramp up. I think you definitely have time in a session this long, like 18 minutes per class, to put down a little bit of a banter lap. But now we're seeing them start to light that wick. The 206 XPD Racing GT3 car goes to the top of the board with Alberto Moreno behind the wheel. And this is where you can start to push, start risking those off tracks, maybe to try and go for that extra 10th or 2, because 2 tenths separates top 4 right now. Again, 18 cars within a second. If you can find an extra 3 tenths over the course of a lap, you are going to move yourself up multiple rows, and this is going to be a 40 car rolling start group for our GT3 machines. If you can be ahead and stay ahead of the carnage, we saw on one of the practice starts earlier on in the day, a massive incident on the exit of turn 8 coming under that Speedville bridge into the carousel. If you can be ahead of that and not behind it, you lose the risk of having the car get beaten up, but also you don't have to check up and weave your way through the field, and that takes all the pressure off very early on in the race and lets you just put your head forward to maybe a little bit of fuel saving, maybe a little bit of strategy, and set yourself up really strongly into that first hour.
Mitchell Green then for Fury Simsport in that BMW M4 GT3. Personal best in sectors 1 and 3, but not quite able to improve. In fact, no, he's completely proven me wrong there. I think sector 4 just a touch longer than I expected it to be. Set a personal best in sector 4 as well. Only 2 more sectors to go as he comes through Bill Mitchell Bend, heading down towards the final corner, hard on the brakes, swing that car back over to the left, keep that braking line as straight as possible on both of those curves, just a touch wide on exit. Shouldn't affect his lap time too much, definitely give him that extra pull of speed down the straight, under the NTT bridge, down towards Barney the Flagman, across the line, and what is that time going to be? Is it an improvement? I'm not sure it was. 204.2.
Only half a tenth.
Yeah.
that just shows the margins that we are pushing in these cars. That was for that lap less than half a second off pole, and that is going to start you on the 4th row, maybe moving down to the 5th row heading forward.
Well, fortunately for Mitchell Green, he does still have a couple more opportunities to make that happen. No personal best in the first couple of sectors so far, though. But we are focused on Patrick Gannon of RPM Racing Black, who was coming up the hill to start at another flying lap. Only just, in fact, he may be towards the end of a run. That was his 3rd lap. I don't really know how long it takes to get tires up to temperature here. And it is a 2:25.0 as he comes across the line. Just again, looks like there might have been a mistake in that lap, or maybe a bit of a cooldown lap before he goes for a push.
I think that'd probably be a push, yeah.
Yeah, that is to consider.
It's such a long lap, I don't really think you want to run back to back. Even for a sort of GT3 machine, which takes a couple laps to bed those tyres in and really find that performance at some circuits, I think this is definitely one where you can find all that temperature on the outlap, and maybe you have to manage even your pace a little bit on the outlap, and then you're expecting probably the first lap to be optimal, but it's always worth, rather than coming down pit lane and having to do the in lap then the outlap, you can try and cool it off, run a little bit slower, let some traffic through, find yourself another pocket of slipstream if you can, and then go for it once again. We are in the final minute of this session, I believe, and so you don't have time to do a reset. If you've got fuel in the tank, you may as well throw everything at the wall one last time and see if you can jump up even a 10th. Again, it's going to be so massive if you can make those gains in this phase of the session.
So pit lane exit is now closed for the GT3 class, which means this is the final opportunity for anyone to set a time, as we saw the Ferrari of Joe Mugford and that TMR number 242 car going off in the background at turn 8. That will be their qualifying session done, currently down in 25th ahead of all the AM cars, but still not a fantastic qualifying performance from them. However, SimRace Sweden Esports Pro just set a session best of a 2-minute 3.736, which puts them 300ths in front of your previous provisional pole sitter, Alberto Moreno, in that XPD racing car. So this is going to be it for Alberto Moreno. This will be his last lap of the session. There is no way he's going to make it round to beat that checkered flag. Is he on any personal best? Is he improving? Up the hill he comes, cresting the run down to Barney, picking up a bit of slipstream from that Audi in front. Can he challenge for that pole position? He can't. It's a 2:11.2, so a mistake on that lap for Alberto Moreno means he stays P2, whereas there are some other cars on flying laps behind him. He set, no, correction, he didn't quite set 2 middle best. I'm focusing on the wrong car there and getting myself a little bit ahead of myself. But one car that we are following towards the end of another lap, it's the AZR Motorsport White Corvette. Gorgeous color on that car. Looks a little bit like the old Braun GP car from back in 2009. To the inside of that corner, right on the curb on the exit. On that final run, up to the start-finish line. There's one green sector in here for Andre, pardon me, I got his name there, Vallela. Again, I believe that's another returning driver. It is an improvement, a 203.874, but isn't enough to move him up into the top 3.
That was a gain of 3/4 thousandths of a second for that car.
That is.
I also want to highlight HWT Motorsport, our pole sitter in GT3 AM, starting 20th overall.
Wow.
With a 204.738. The nearest contender is Slippers Racing Team with Drew Glover in the 399 in a very late lap, but he's going to start 3 positions behind. And then the rest of the AM field, another couple of rows behind them, so they're going to be gridded alike, so they're going to have that little bit of buffer of the tail end of the pro field. They're going to be able to defend that a little bit better, as that is, I believe, an improvement from the 274 as well, and that is them up into P6, it looks like
P6.
Yeah.
So then, that is qualifying over for the GT3 field. Alex Pilbeam still stuck out there on track as the GTP field takes to the circuit. Now, these cars, plenty more power, plenty more downforce, and plenty more grip in the turns, and so much more speed on the straights. If you thought a 203.7 was impressive, you have seen nothing yet. We are about to see 19 modern hybrid prototypes take to Road America, tackle its long corners and fast straights, and demolish the lap time set by those GT3s. Can you tell I really love this class of car? As we do just quickly take a gander at the upcoming rounds for the rest of the season. Of course, we are here at Road America for the first race of the season, a 12-hour event, one of the 2 longest on the calendar. And in 3 weeks' time, we will be heading to Portugal and Portimao to take on 10 hours of that circuit. That's going to be a tough one on the tires. One of Olivia's favorites coming up mid-season as well, Watkins Glen, 8 hours, a relatively short race compared to the rest of the field, but still going to be a really cool challenge, especially to see this many cars taken on. And then, of course, the crown jewel of any endurance championship, the 12 Hours of Le Mans on the 9th of November. One of my favorite events, and again, not embarrassed to say my favorite racing circuit in the entire world. Before we do head to Fuji for 10 hours to close out the season. Now, that one could get interesting. We know what the weather can be like at Fuji, but none of that weather here today, as cameras are focused on one of the cars from last season's champions, writer engineer Nicholas Gresner in that Cadillac. Listen to the sound of that V8 as he comes over the start-finish line to start his first lap. Looks like he's going for a little bit more build-up, though. I'm quite surprised to see they're not pushing straight away, because there's plenty of time on that first lap to build up some temperature in the tires, Olivia.
Yeah, that is quite an interesting call from the number 1 car. Maybe weren't a fan of where they were on track. Maybe the slipstream effect for these cars is a bit more powerful than I was expecting, but the problem is you're now going to have to get out of the way of so many cars who are on hot laps, and it's going to be very difficult to then latch onto the back of one of them and hope that the tires are in the perfect window and fired up when you want to keep going. They're going to pull off really wide and actually into the gravel a bit to let the field through. So we'll let them explore that beach vacation while we follow on board with a Porsche machine, the Magic Arrow 55 of Norbert Tamas, who I believe, if I'm not mistaken, had a very strong result last time out at Le Mans.
I don't quite remember off the top of my head. I was sabotaged by my internet service provider, so didn't quite get to partake in the commentary for that one. So Olivia, I'm afraid you will know more about that one than I do.
I am.
However, one thing I did realize as I finished my previous sentence, this is an open qualifying session. This isn't a closed 2 push laps, that's all you get sort of session where you need to go fast on both laps. The second lap is where you really have the tires under you in this car, maybe even the third lap. It takes a while to get them right in that window. So Gesner just making that choice to not push on lap 1 and not take too much life out of his tires, and in fact just kind of relax a little bit and take his time to get the temperature up and then begin to push. However, Norbert Tamas is not making that choice. Purple in the first 2 sectors. I've only seen 3 lap times now set so far, all within the 146s, so this is a very fast qualifying session already. If you remember the IMSA race here earlier in the season, pole time was only something like a 1:48 for the Acura that took that pole position for the 2-hour and 40-minute race here. And we're already 2 seconds faster than that.
If I may interject here while everyone's enjoying the GTV qualifying. So we were all talking about Norbert Thomas in the Mexico 55 camp. They were champions of season 4. They finished 2nd in Le Mans at the end of last season to the number 50 car for Project Valorous. And in the point standings, that Mexico 55 car, which turned from Cadillac to Porsche, did not have the greatest of seasons to back up its championship. Fell down to 3rd at the end of the season by quite a margin. It was a 2-horse race between the Acuras, and it looks like the 2 Acuras are still there. The 50 and now the number 1 are both still in the Acura to kick off the season.
Thank you for that update, Carmen, filling in the gaps in our knowledge on that particular occasion. But Norbert Tamas looking to make a statement on his first flying lap, 0.3 of a second faster than anyone else on the circuit. Magic Arrow looking to recover what could have been a championship winning season last time out. to make that nice, strong early start where they can. Go for a second push lap, I believe. Only a personal best. In fact, no, saying that, look at the lack of speed he's carrying through what I like to call Corvette Corner through turn 6 there. I believe this is going to be another cooldown lap for the 55 before he goes for it again. Old Firm Racing Orange currently sat second place in the standings, 46.4, with Anosis, Focus, Project Valorous, DLR by SimLab, a new team to this championship, all within the 146s, as well as we have some more lap times coming in. Sim Race Center, LMDH putting their car up into P9 before being knocked down by DLR SimLab Orange and Writer Engineering and Fury Simsport, all improving all at the same time, as that is Nicholas Gesner in the Writer Engineering Cadillac pulling off, perhaps to reset, go get some more fuel and some fresh tires and go out for another run.
Yeah, quickly pulled off to the side. You're allowed to reset, quickly hop back out on track, but you didn't have to bed those tires in again. And I gotta say, for the number 1 car, our Season 5 champions, a disappointed effort so far in qualifying, down to 13th, and I don't know, only 7/10 off, which is not very much, especially at a track this long, but with how competitive this field is shown to have been, they need to find a lot more pace than that if they want to start off on a strong foot to defend their title. Again, Madcow are currently still with a 2/10 lead, but then behind them, the next 5 cars all within 1/10 of a second from Old Firm Racing all the way down to Focus Racing GTP, and then about another 10th back to the Tailnose Racing number 41 car padded by Neil DeBacker.
Yeah, it's quite an interesting dynamic we have when it comes to cars and setups in the iRacing service. You typically find that when a car is discovered to be the fastest in its class, a lot of setup makers will focus on that car and really try to extract as much time as possible from it. And it seems a little bit like for this season in iRacing, the dot makers have kind of got everything they can out of the Acura, and focus has sort of switched over to the Porsche. We've been seeing a lot more Porsches over in official races, so perhaps that could be something that is influencing that increase of speed from this particular car, as that Magic Arrow 55 car of Norbert Tamas is in that first position at the moment. So, you know, that improvement in setup, finding all those tricks and secrets and little bits that can really get all of that time out of the car could be affecting, you know, really, again, how much performance Tamas can get out of that car, as the cameras are focused on that 41 car of Neil DeBacker, the TMR BMW. Interestingly, the only BMW in the series. Just as an aside to, you know, show how hands-off I am with this entire program, it's just my name on the side of the car. The first thing I said was, if we're entering a car in this, I have nothing to do with it. All of the choices are Neil's and Alex's to make. And those two chose to give themselves a bit of a challenge, be the underdogs, drive that BMW and really see what they can get out of it. Neil DeBacker, one of the fastest drivers in these cars. I'm going to hype him up, of course I am, it's my friend. Currently 7th in that top 50% of this field, in a car that hasn't really seen any setup development to it for almost a year since we got the Cadillac and the Porsche and the Acura, as all of the focus has kind of switched to those three. It's very difficult to extract any time out of. It's a very difficult car to set up. And interestingly, some of that will become a factor in the race. It is so hard to get the same sort of stint distance out of this car as you can the rest of the field. Sort of feels like the fuel economy was updated for the other 3 cars and they kind of left the BMW behind a little bit. So expect some maybe different calls on strategy from this 41 team today. Alex Gerber, this isn't even me glazing him, is a very, very talented strategist. Anytime we need a strategy done, we turn to him and we say, Alex, what have you got for us? And he usually cooks up something a little bit special.
It is really fascinating how maybe how fickle Irises are sometimes. We haven't seen the same age difference as we have in GT3, again, with the McLaren being 11 years old at this point as it gets put out to pasture in a few days' time. The BMW, I believe, is like about 2-3 seasons older than the Porsche and the Acura. The Cadillac about 2 seasons newer than that, but only one BMW, only 3 Cadillacs in the field. The 2 Writer Engineering GTP cars and the Focus Racing GTP, the entire rest of the field with the two newest cars in the lineup, the Porsche and the Acura. And it's Porsche, Acura, Porsche 1, 2, 3 right now. Old Firm Racing Orange have jumped to the top. DLR SimLab have managed to bridge that gap as well to that front field in the low 146s. But not enough to quite jump them yet. But we have a checkerboard pattern: Acura, Porsche, Acura, Porsche, Acura, before Focus Racing and Taylor Mills Racing really make a statement in their rarer pit of prototype machinery.
I love that. We've got such a unique field of race cars out there on circuit today. I think we're staring down the barrel of is it 8 or 9 different models of car across both classes?
Let me quickly count. We have all 4 in the GTP class, and I will just check real quick how many we have.
Just missing the McLaren in the GT3 class.
We've got Ferrari, Chevrolet, Lamborghini, Porsche, BMW, and Audi. So
no Mercedes.
That looks like 10 classes over 10 cars over the 2 classes.
Wow. And that's not bad, because that's even comparable to real life, where we saw such a drop-off in manufacturers taking part in sports car racing towards the end of 2019 and 2020. And then, of course, we had these new rule sets introduced in 2021 and 2022, well, 2023 even, the LMDHs and the Le Mans Hypercar rule sets that brought everyone back together. If I'm not wrong in saying, I believe we had somewhere between 16 and 18 different manufacturers rock up to Le Mans this year in real life. And I'll tell you what, that was quite the sight to see. So to then see 10 manufacturers partaking in this 12 hours of Road America just on track and existing it's astonishing. And I absolutely love that for this, because the variety of these cars, like, just look at the Acura, look at the Porsche, the Cadillac, the BMW, and then all the GT3 field. Despite the fact a lot of them are based on similar chassis, they all look completely different and make completely unique sounds.
And big statements from our lesser represented GTPs. Guido Preto in the Focus Racing car has put a Cadillac on the second row of the grid here, and Neil DeBacco in the TMR BMW just behind. To the right of engineering entries, the number 1, the number 2, down on the 7th row, not able to find that qualifying pace out of the Cadillac and really struggling in that 1-lap pace. But something in that 7 car, maybe it's just the driver, or maybe they've got some setup tweaks that has really made that difference. And they're not on track right now, but I think they're going to be very happy to be on the 2nd row in that big American machine. Here at Road America.
5 minutes left in the session then for this class of cars to make their statements on the field. I was about to say, Old Firm Racing reminding us who the daddy of this class of car is, before Norbert Tamas has set another banger of a 146.125, goes to the top of the timings, and the gap at the top is 0.25 of a second. Do you want a competitive GTP field? Because this is how you get a competitive GTP field. Top 5 covered by, is that that looks like only a couple of tenths of a second to me.
3 tenths.
3
tenths. But I mean 4 tenths cover the top 7 here. 3.5 tenths.
And that's so findable as well. You'll find these drivers will get to the end of the session, look at the gap to the leader, and they'll be able to go, yeah, I lost that time in this corner, that corner, here by not doing this, that, and the other, just because of how specific driving these cars are. But here comes Randy Mateos to finish a lap, comes across the line, and in fact, is that to start a flying lap? Yeah, he's just completed his out lap, so this might be his push lap now. 2 in a row, perhaps, for the Acura. We're going to be about to see, but it's going to be a little bit tight with the end of the session coming up very, very shortly. We are 3.5 minutes away from that checkered flag as we're following Matthias Wijden in that brand new car, well, brand new team to this series, DLR by SimLab Orange, which I believe Carmen will be a huge fan of. One of the only car in the field with an IndyCar engine in the back of it. And I must say, a very pretty looking car. Through Bill Mitchell Bend, I believe I did see a car in front that may give him a little bit of a tow down the straight. That's going to be one of those Porsches that we've seen get way close enough for the tow. So here comes the number 5 car up that hill, over the crest, on the run to the start finish line. What's it going to be? It's going to be a 46.4, which isn't an improvement, but he's still got time to get another lap in, and that was only his second push lap of the session, well, of this particular stint. So keep a lookout for that Acura, because we may see an improvement coming soon. But Randy Mateos, who we did follow starting a flying lap only a couple of minutes ago, set a couple of personal bests in a row. That middle sector, very quick for the number 96 car. Perhaps running a little bit more downforce than Magic Arrow. It's yet to be seen. Through those final couple of corners, keeps it between the white lines, just about getting a little bit tricky on exit there. There's a touch of grass as he cut across the exit curb. Up that hill once again, picking up another bit of slipstream, another car in front, and across the line. A 46.0 was that? Yes, it was. The 96 jumps to the top of the field, pulls over, calls that a day. That is good enough for him. Gap at the top of the field, 65 hundredths of a second. The question on everyone's lips at the moment, though, can Norbert Tamas beat that? He has got purple, green, purple in the first three sectors as he comes down to the kink for that run through the forest.
And there's a big lap. A big lap from Right Engineering, the number 1 car of Nicholas Gesser, finding some real pace going onto the second row of the grid. That is more like how you start a championship defense. A great lap from the number 1. Sorry, continue.
All eyes, though, on that number 55 car. Norbert Tamas tips it through Bill Mitchell Bend, but flat to the floor, hard on the brakes for the final corner. Skipping across that curb on the inside, using all of the track on exit. This is going to be an absolute banger of a lap. Up to the line he comes, 2 green, 2 purple sectors. What's it going to be?
It's a 45!
Wow, 45.
We've dipped into the 45s!
In the
and that
moments.
Surely he's going to lock up pole position for the Porsche team.
I don't know if anyone else is on any sort of fast lap at the moment. I'm trying to have a flick through the field to see what's going on. I cannot see many, if any, improvements, but we are following the number 30 of Fury Simsport GTP, their sister car in GT3 and a BMW. Interestingly, so it's another team. No, but that's going to be an abandoned lap for the number 30, as we are just watching everyone sort of pull off the track now in the dying moments of the session. So the question is, are we actually going to see any improvements? Randy Mateos still out there on track. Looks like he's warming up his tires for another run at this pole position. He's got a tenth and a half to find, and he's on. This is actually a fresh set of tires. This is a fresh set of tires. I need to double check whether that is checkered flag for the session or not. It actually is. The checkered flag is out. Randy Mateos isn't going to get another go at this, but he's going to come up to the line anyway. At least that's the information I've got. So something to just keep an eye on for the moment. I don't think I've heard a call for the end of the session, though, Olivia.
No, I haven't either. We have a minute 30 on the clock, but obviously each team gets, each class, gets their own segment. So we'll have to double check on that real quick. But the 96 is 96 is certainly pushing as if they have the session. It seems like the checkered flag from Barney is the signal for the end of the GTPs. This is the last chance to try and find a tenth and a half, which is a huge margin to find.
Yeah, a little bit of a squirt of under rotation on the left-hand side of that car into turn 5 there. We can talk about the labeling of these corners later on in the broadcast. Flat through the mini kink on the run down to one of the most difficult braking zones in the entire track. That corner tightens on exit, and all you've got on the outside is gravel if you get that one wrong. Through the carousel, a very unique challenge, a long corner, often labeled as 2, similar to how they do it in NASCAR, all the way out on that exit curve. The question is, though, is Mateos finding any time? I'm not seeing any green sectors, so perhaps this is going to be a push lap on a build up to the push lap, again with a tenth and a half to find.
Won't have time.
What can he do? Will he make it to the line, actually?
There's only 10 seconds. I think the 96 will be the first car to see the checkered flag in this session.
Hold on, Liv. He's just set a green and a purple sector back to back, so depending on what he's done in those first 3, could put Norbert Tamas's pole position under question. How much of an improvement is it going to be for Randy Mateos? It's a 45.954. It's not going to be good enough, though. 35 hundredths is the gap at the front. Mateos gave it everything on that final lap, but the first 3 sectors really letting him down in that challenge for pole position. But what pace through those final 2 sectors, final 3 sectors even, to even get that close to Norbert Tamas.
Does the number 7 of Focus Racing have anything over the line? It'll be a 46.239. It is a gain of 1 position, bumping Right Engineering back down to 6th. The next car over the line, it's Paz in the 74, no improvement there. And it looks like that is most of our strong hitters here, with the exception of the number 33 of Daniel Lopez in the SBD Racing GTP. Currently starting directly behind our pole sitter, has to find more than 2/10 to gain a spot, but he's giving it absolutely everything in the Acura, hooking it right into the apex there, final corner, using all that run up. There's no 1x there unless you get onto the grass, and the run to the line, no slipstream, one of the last cars on track. Is it going to be enough? It's an improvement into the 46 zeros, but it will just solidify that P3 starting position for the 33.
Yeah, interestingly, I didn't really see any improvements in again, it's the first 3 sectors where people aren't improving. But finding all that time in the final 2 sectors, as that Fury Simsport Acura comes across the line to finish his run, I think it was no, not an improvement. 1.5 tenths off his previous fastest time, not able to improve, and will still start 9th on that grid. So then, it looks like the grid may be set for the 12 Hours of Road America. There will be no time lost. We are heading straight into this race session. No warm-up. So, that's going to be a massive mindset switch for every single driver in this field, Olivia. So, realistically, what have they got to do to get in that headspace for the start of this race?
I mean, first things first, make sure you've got the right setup loaded. It's one of those things that seems obvious, but it can be very easy to just be so focused on your hot lap here, especially if you're in one of the GTP machines that's just been. You've got to make sure that you've got that full tank of fuel. You've got to make sure you've got the car that's set up to be a little kinder on its tyres, and then you've got a very long 4-minute pace lap to sort of try and get a bit of heat into the tyres and just try and refocus. You're not trying to push every single limit. You're trying to keep it out of the grass, trying to keep it off the curbs a little bit. Don't let the car unsettle through turns like Bill Mitchell Bend and the exit of turn 6. You want to keep it on the straight and narrow. You want to give each other room. Remember, we have 12 hours of racing. We're expecting about 400 laps for our GTP machines. You do not want to throw it away early. You've got plenty of time to make moves. If someone has a run, if they're going for a dive, leave the door open. Don't close it on them. Don't get yourself into trouble on the outset, because there's just no point, really.
So then, let's have a rundown of the grid to see exactly where everyone's going to be starting. Norbert Tamas has stormed to pole position and makes a really good start to their potential championship charge. Randy Mateos in the Old Firm Racing Orange Acura will line up alongside him on that front row. Daniel Lopez in the number 33 XPD racing car will line up directly behind the pole sitter, with Mateus Wijten setting that good enough for 4th place lap time in the DLR by SimLab Orange car. Hugo Preto, who is a returning driver from last season but not a returning team, will start 5th on the grid alongside the highest placed Writer Engineering car of Nicholas Gesner. Artis Paz will start P7 alongside the number 41 car of Neil DeBacker in the only BMW in the field. Max Deladin will start 9th in the Fury Simsport team car, with the Project Valorous number 50 team lining up in P10 on the grid. Julian Dewey will start 11th alongside Sander Eric Teitz in the sister Project Valorous car, whereas Zadar Ates in the other Writer Engineering car will start 13th alongside the Rolling Goat number 13 team. 15th on the grid goes to Backmarket Racing Razzle, and alongside them is the Sim Racing Center LMDH team, piloted by Tobias Kuchen. 17th on the grid is the sister DLR by SimLab team, another car new to the series, alongside another returning driver of Cesar Cabral even in the race 2 esport car, number 70. And then at the back of the field, the number 66 Carbono Esports GTP car. So then, looking at the GT3 Pro field, Simrace Sweden Esports take that pole position after we saw some brilliant pace from them last season. They've backed that up with the first pole of the season. Alberto Moreno managed to get the XBD Racing GT3 second on the grid. Diogo Faria has managed to get his car into P3 alongside Andre Villela in the AZR Motorsport White Corvette, which is a gorgeous car, I might add. Fifth goes to RPM Racing, and alongside them, Enosis Esports in the number 274. Following them is the number 244 of DTI X Motorsport, I believe another new team to the championship. Daniel Cruz managed to pilot his car to P8 in the GT3 Pro field for Core Motorsports. And then Reiter Engineering's highest placed GT3 car will start 9th in class. Mitchell Green, that BMW we were following quite closely during the qualifying session, starts P10. And Bennett Parsons, I think that's one of our only Japanese drivers on the grid actually, will start P11 for THLF Esports. 12th on the grid is the 230 of XPD Racing GT3 2, so that's the second car in their team. And Sim Racing Sweden Esports don't quite manage to match their teammates on pole, but will start 13th. Pandemonium Esports start in 14th alongside them, and that RPM Racing black car will start 15th alongside the team RaceGetter.de black car. So that's two black cars standing on the same grid. And 17th in GT3 Pro goes to the other Sim Race Sweden Esports car. 3 cars in that class for those guys, as virtual drivers by Thrustmaster line up alongside them. A surprisingly disappointed performance for that team. The number 269 car will start P19 alongside Hellenic Racing. And Octopus Racing Team will be starting P21. Antoine Boss of Smurf Racing Team in the 291 will start 22nd in class, as Reagan Cartier, disappointing qualifying for Deadpool Racing, will start 23rd. Alongside them is Eagle Speed Academy in the number 277, and then Joe Mugford for Taylor Mills Racing 242 will start 25th. Racing Forces will line up alongside them, and then on the row behind, we've got the defending champions, Lithium Motorsports Pro, who make that move up to the pro class alongside Pandemonium Esports 240. The number 222 will round out that class for Digitrax Black, as I hand over to Olivia to take you through the GT3 Anfield.
Give yourself a breath. Good lord. But before we do that, I want to mention the pole stage of the 55 car in GTP has not taken the grid right now. So we'll have to keep an eye on that, but we have a 10 car Anfield. Pole position is the 324 Ferrari of HWP Motorsport. Second for them is Slippers Racing Team, the 399 of Drew Glover. Then we head back. Lithium Motorsports Am line up third, had a great season last year. Squadron Flirtay Bravo will be fourth in class. Pandemonium Esports, Dodds on Web DS, DDK by Eagle, Purple Sector Motorsports, Octopus Racing Black, and Smurf Racing Team will round out your field. But already drama before we even take the checkered flag. Norbert Tamas not making it to the grid in time. They'll have to start from pit lane. I don't know if they'll be able to merge ahead of the GT3 field, but for now it will be the Daniel Lopez in the 33 leading the field to green.
So here we go then. It's going to be an almost all Acura, well, it's going to be an all Acura top 3 as we roll towards the start finish line to start the 12 Hours of Road America. The green flag is in the air, the field is away, and what a start from Randy Mateos, already clearing the field behind by a couple of car lengths. But we are going to have a lot of cars side by side coming into turn 1. Reiter Engineering number 1 going around the outside of Daniel Lopez. What a move from those. They've got some positions to recover, and they are starting aggressive. A couple of the Acuras further down the field, almost getting into a bit of nose to tail. That's 2 of the Project Valorous cars trying to mount a challenge.
And further back, the GT3s making their start. Winston Eckel in the 219 gets a great jump and will lead the field single file for the first 3-4 cars, but their P teams may be 3 wide behind coming into turn 1. Are they gonna get it lined up? It looks like Everyone's leaving room at the front of the field, but no, P3 spins! P3 spins, and that is a massive wreck coming out of turn number 1.
Oh,
I don't
no,
even know how
that's
to
a track
follow this
blocker.
thing.
That is a track blocker. The GTP fields are only in the middle sector. There aren't safety cars in this series, and I don't think they're going to call one for that. But the GT3 field has to get this cleaned up quickly because the prototypes are coming. That's the ex-pole sitter Magic Arrow 55 car of Norbert Tamas finally taken to the field. They're just coming through what I believe is turn 8 at the moment and have quite a lot of ground to make up on the rest of the GTP field. But looking at the front, the top 3 stays relatively the same, and I believe Nicholas Gresner has dropped back into position behind all of the cars he overtook. So a dramatic start to this race as the GT3 field has panned itself way out, and it'll be interesting to see if we can get a replay of that to try and actually figure out what happens.
13 cars currently being shown the black and orange flag in the GT3s. Looks like it is 10 from the Pro class and 3 from the AMs, having their 12-hour race ended less than 20 seconds into the event.
Well, they will have time to get those cars repaired and get them back out on track. We always talk about how long this race is and can be, and is that a car off in the background that I just saw? I believe we just saw a car go off in the kink. I'm not too sure because I've got nothing showing up on my event list. No, we might be okay. We might be all right. So now we're just looking for fights in the rest of the field. Ooh, this endurance events are difficult to follow at the start, aren't they? That is going to be another damaged car that we're following. And here comes a replay of that start. Let's see if we can figure out exactly what happened here and what really kicked all of that off.
Like it was P3 on the grid, so that'd be the 255 machine, Serenity DS Racing, that was bringing that car through turn 1 and just had a little bit of an oversteer moment. Whole tires, difficult to judge, trying to stay single file, and there's just nowhere to go for anyone behind there.
Yeah, we talk about how important tire temperature is, just not quite there for the driver, the number 255. And then just everyone stacks up behind. Gorgeous slow motion replay provided to us by our producer. Thank you very much, Carmen. You could almost play a little bit of classical music over that, and it'd look like something out of a movie. The rest of the field just getting it slowed down enough to try and stay out of it as we jump back live to the XPD Racing GT3 in P10, trying to make a challenge for P9 against Alex Pilbeam, who had an off earlier in the race. But it looks like that number 230 doesn't have a bonnet at the moment, interestingly. I don't know where they picked up that damage from, but this race throwing up intrigue straight away with lots of damaged cars, lots of cars starting out of position and ending up out of position. The GT3 field out on track actually currently spreads from the kink all the way back to turn 7. That is a big spread. And looking at the front of that field, it's still actually a fight at the front. Simrace Sweden Esports in a battle with XPD Racing, nose to tail as it stands, challenging each other for that track position. Track position, of course, we know is key around here to keep those tires in good condition and not get them overheated by the hot air coming off the back of that car. Alberto Moreno having a bit of a wiggle behind the race leader and sacrificing a bit of exit up this hill, but he's going to have to slipstream all the way down the start-finish straight. And that Simrace Sweden Esports car looking like it's got a little bit of wing trimmed out of it. But the fastest lap of the Racing GT3 set by a car, 2 cars behind the leader. As, in fact, no, everyone else is cycling through. Those tires coming up to temperature and everyone's starting to push.
It just cannot be overstated how much that incident at the start of the race has tipped the entire field on its head. The 255, the 220, the 274, the 299, all starting within that top 10 out of this race and inheriting spots. The 218 of Simrace Sweden Esports Pro 2 has gained 12 positions up to 5th in class. Virtual Drivers by Thrustmaster in the 213 has done the same. Tailmills Racing 242 gaining 16 spots up into 11th in class. again, there's 13 cars that are stuck in pit lane, taking extensive repairs, no fast repair available. They're going to have to all do that by the hard work of the crew. But opportunities, as Lithium Motorsports up 20 position up to P12.
And as everything gets underway in the fight at the front of the GT3 field, the GTP field have caught the back of the GT3. So this is one of the most important phases of the race. With no LMP2s to deal with in this series, it's all about how you get through that GT3 traffic. The GTPs have been nose to tail throughout the start of this race. Of course, no trap blocker to start them off, but having to pick their way through the GT3s one by one. It's a game of patience. It's going to throw up opportunities for you to make moves on other prototypes. But you've got to question, do I want to make this move now, or do I want to wait until it's in a safer place? That is up for the drivers to decide, and they're going to need some compliance from the GT3s as we come through one of the fastest sections of track, one where the cars are switching sides of the road every half a second or so. Randy Mateos navigating that perfectly and just tucking in behind one of those Lamborghinis that proven to be a little bit... Oh! That's... Who's that off in the background? Was that the DLR SimLab car? It is. It's the number 5 who was challenging for that race lead, having a bit of a spin on the exit of Canada corner, hard into the wall, breaking that suspension, trying to get the car back to pit lane. Perhaps it would have been a better idea to tow, but he's going to be well in the way of all the cars coming past, and that's going to be their race done really soon, and leaves Randy Mateos at the front of the field with no one challenging him for 2 seconds back.
And that sequence to an out of Canada corner is such a difficult place to make a move. We've got a replay queued up here. But the GT3s really use all of the track with the overhead view. There's not really much room for them to leave space for a faster class. And here we go. Center of your screen, the number 5 car. As you play the clip forward in slow motion, the GT3 goes to the outside line, but tries to move onto the racing line just a touch too early. And that is a hard impact into a solid concrete wall there. No soft barrier there to catch them. Both front wheels broken, I believe. Definitely on that right front tyre. And that is going to be an extensive repair, and they are going to fall multiple laps down for sure.
A protest system is in place for this championship. There is live stewarding, so I have no doubts DLR by SimLab will be submitting some sort of complaint for that one. And I think that one's going to be pretty slam dunk. That's just a lack of awareness from the GT3 pulling over to the other side of the track way too soon and essentially taking out one of the contenders for this race win in the first few laps. That's, yeah, they're going to, as you said, Liv, they're going to be 3 or 4 laps down or so, and it's going to be difficult for them to recover. Just that early lack of awareness in the start of the race really not helping those folks out. But that's one of those things you have to deal with in multi-class racing. You have to get through the field cleanly, and sometimes the GT3s just don't comply with that. Like, we're all human at the end of the day. We all make mistakes, but unfortunately those mistakes can be very costly. Here we are then, we're going to see an onboard from the 222. It just seems to be blind to the fact there's a car alongside him, or perhaps just thinking he'd get cleared a little bit sooner than he was, and just misjudges the gap that was there and spins the Acura off his own nose. Just an unfortunate incident, and one that DLR by SimLab are going to have to recover from. Fortunately, they do have 2 cars in this race, as we see that orange car sat in pit lane. So perhaps that DLR by SimLab white car down in P12 can do something towards the end of this one.
And as we follow, it's now a 5-second gap at the front of the field here. The 96 making hay through traffic again. The GTP field now cutting through and nearly at the front of the GT3s. Being the first in line can be a bit of a blessing and a curse. You've got to be the one knocking on the door or the rear window of the car in front saying, excuse me, we need to get through right now. But if you can make that move early and let the car slot back in behind, then when the pack comes through later on, they have a lot more work to do. It looks like we do have that 96 clear of traffic 6 seconds up the road. We're seeing the cars behind Preto Racing now complete those moves as well, just 3 cars ahead of them. but they have a lot of ground to make up. Although, of course, one of the ways you can try and take control back in a race like this, if you have GT3s ahead that you need to wait behind in some slower corners, it's a great opportunity to fuel save. You can go for an undercut, you can go for a short pit, maybe try out a stop entirely if you can do it well over the course of the race, and that can put you back on cycle with the cars ahead. But now they're clear, they're unleashed. You see a 150 last time by comparing to 145s we had in qualifying. That's the difference both of a full tank and a hell of a lot of traffic. But now these lead cars can focus up and try and work together to try and get back onto the back of Randy Martin Mateus.
Yeah, what an absolute gaggle. We're watching the GTPs go through the head of the GT3 Pro field at the moment. As a commentator friend of mine would say, a lot of these prototypes take an opportunity to bookmark themselves against other prototypes to try and stay in front. And one of the cars that was successful in doing that was the car in P6 of Max Delayden, who managed to separate himself from Neil de Backer in that number 41 car, who's now been left to hung out to dry a little bit, 7/10 behind, coming under pressure from the number 50 of Jatura. That Project Valorous car, one of those cars starting a little bit out of position relative to where we expect them to be. So we still have this little bit of traffic management going on. Winston Eckel doing a great job to keep that car on track and keep it out of the way of any prototypes. Taking a very wide line through the carousel. Difficult to do in these cars. There's a lot of dirt on the track out there as the number 69 car sweeps through, as does Isaac Barkley in the number 24. But oh, that was a bit of aggressive move from the 66 there into the kink. A difficult place to get by, as we've got a Porsche GTP weaving all over the place, trying to get past Alberto Moreno. That could have been messy. Good awareness from the driver of the 963 to keep that car on the track and not hit any of the cars in front of it. But here we are looking at the fight for P2. Enosis Esports just tucked under the rear wing of the Cadillac of Hugo Preto. We've seen a little bit of a pace advantage for the Porsche 963 around the track so far. Is he going to be able to take advantage of that to get up into P2 and maybe start to try and hunt down the win? The gap is still 5.5 seconds at the front of the field, and that's come down a little bit since the first pass through traffic. Camera switching focus though to Joe Mugford in 9th in GT3 Pro. Looks like there's a bit of damage on both sides of that car actually. So interested to see what happened to him there. Perhaps a little bit of damage from other GT3s or getting doored by a prototype. I don't think we were quite able to see any of that, but it's one of those treacherous little things of multi-class racing. Cars getting in the way of other cars and can sometimes end in disaster. So we've got the Smurf racing team of David Narbonne, another returning driver from last season. Just trying to see if I can follow him myself, getting in the slipstream of the cars in front. This is a 4-car fight for what I believe is, I want to say P3 in class. Pulling out that slipstream, letting the Ferrari in front, no, the Audi even in front, know that he's there. So we've got one of the GT3s that was involved in a crash previously back out on track. Not able to make the move work into turn 1, but there's going to be plenty of opportunities as the race continues. It's a little bit of a shuffle of the positions in GTP, but I think that might be the standings just going for a little bit of a wonder. Look at the speed that Audi's able to build though in that slipstream, just pulling to the inside through turn 4 and into turn 5. It's going to be hard on the brakes, down the inside into one of the biggest braking zones on the circuit. Keeps the car relatively tucked in, not leaving much space on the outside, but was well clear by turn-in, and that's going to be a position up. I believe that was for the Smurf Racing Team, up into P5 in class. Now 6/10 behind Octopus Racing Team Black in that number 9 car. That should be a different number, hopefully fixed by round 1, as he tries to hunt down 4th in GT3M.
And remember, these drivers, a lot of them starting in this category around 2,000 I rating, obviously well above average for the service and really starting to find some good pace, but maybe a little bit down in consistency over the course of a stint. And when you compare it to some of the drivers piloting the top level cars, both in GTP and GT3 Pro above 6,000, they've got a lot to try and challenge for, but it's fantastic battling from this group that have really showing experience. But as we follow on board for P6 and P7 in the Pro class, we've got a couple of really beautiful Corvettes, or Corvette trailing behind that Ferrari, and see if it can use the slipstream. It'll at least be fuel saving. And again, big thing for the GT3 is the draft is a very powerful thing. If you can't make the move and get going against the car ahead, it doesn't hurt to just save that little bit of fuel, extend the stint by a lap or two, go for an overcut, because of course the tyres wear out over the course of a stint. You might lose pace that way, but you have maybe 100 less litres in the tank. That is a good 60, 70, 80 kilos that you can throw the car around a lot easier, a lot less inertia as you're trying to bring it around a corner. You can gain some time, and then you can try and make the overcut happen, get ahead of them there, and set your sights to the car ahead for the next stint.
Sorry, Olivia, I only laughed at that one because I was going to bring up something about the Italian Corvette and the American Ferrari.
Oh my
Which is very well timed. But as we do focus our attention to the front of the GT3 Pro field, we still have the Ferrari of XBD Racing GT3, keeping that Sim Racing Sweden esports car under plenty of pressure, similar to what we were seeing in a previous fight that we were just watching. And you were talking about that fuel saving and how important that fuel saving game is. The GT3s can go about an hour on fuel, so we'd expect to see about 11 stops from these cars, but it's a bit of a decision to make in these early phases of the race, in fact throughout the entire race. Of course, we know how important track position is to make sure you've got as clean air coming over the front of your car as possible, but you want that slipstream. You want to be able to save all that fuel because it takes a very long time to get 100 or so liters of fuel into the car. So if you can save 10, 15, 20, 30 kilograms of fuel all the way throughout the race, it makes that final stop so much shorter and can cycle you very quickly to the front of the field and put you in that track position for the final stint when it really matters.
And not just that, but we normally have that estimate of GT3 cars are right around an hour on a tank. It can be over or under depending on what sort of track it is. This, I would say, is quite a high burn track. Those 3 long straights really drain the tank very quickly. So you expect it to be under an hour. There's a move for P6, and it looks like the Corvette is going to make that happen. A really beautiful livery on that car, and it's now got its sights set to charge back towards the top 5, a gap of 5.6 seconds for them to make up to get onto the back of the second Sim Race Sweden esports car. Yeah, but if you can make it to that hour mark, and we're going to be keeping an eye on that as the stint goes on, you might be able to make this go from a 12-stop race to an 11-stop race. And with how long the pit lane is here, it's about maybe a 30-second transit time, plus, of course, any service you've got to take, any tyres, any fuel. That can be a huge advantage going towards the end of the race, as it looks like we had a couple of drivers in the GTP field drop out from the server. And Magic Arrow, who again had to start from pit lane after qualifying on pole, has made a couple of overtakes as well, up to P14. But a lot of work for them to do as they look forward to the second DLR SimLab car, or now the lead car after the orange contender had a massive moment coming through Thunder Valley. There's still a few seconds off here, 16 seconds off the very front of the field. But quicker last time by, as I believe the front of the field is back into GT3 traffic again, and the GT pack now to about half the racetrack, and very quickly I think it's going to get to the point where it's no longer you're catching the field again and you just have 11 hours of constant traffic management. The car wide there on the exit of the final corner, all of the prototypes managed to navigate it safely, but that'll be a couple spots lost for that car in the GT3 class.
Yeah, that was one of the Fury Sim Sport cars off in the background there, the BMW. Again, one of the cars that we were following quite closely in qualifying, but just that 55 Magic Arrow car that we're following at the moment and keeping an eye on their progress. Of course, not joining the field on the actual start for whatever reason. Let's see if we can get a word from those folks on that one, but making some really good progress through the field so far, currently up to P14, as we still have a massive fight for P7. The Fury Simsport GTP leading that one in particular. The Project Valorous, the Roll and Go, and the sister Project Valorous car all involved in that one. And interestingly, there's more cars involved in that fight than we see on the graphic, because this is a 4 or 5 car fight for position at the moment, as they go through the GT3 field as well, which throws another stone into the gearbox of this battle. As I'm trying to follow things just on the standings as well, 96 car still leads this race with the 7 in P2, only 6 seconds back as they come through traffic for the second time. A little bit of a gap opening up in this fight for P6 though, just about half a second at the front, 1.1 seconds behind, as again they're just trying to get through Canada corner without getting held up too much by the GT3 traffic. A really difficult thing to do because the GT3s are just so much slower than the prototypes through there, and you know, trying to manage where you put your car relative to them on entry, maybe sacrificing a little bit of entry speed so you can make sure you can go full throttle on corner exit. It's one of those decisions that the prototype drivers need to make, because you can dive down the inside on entry or you can try and set up for exit, but you're sacrificing some of that time to your competitors in front of you by letting off the throttle and braking early. Like, sure, it gives you a bit more battery to play with come the next straight, but it's not necessarily helpful as we're following the fight for P2 now. That's the Focus Racing GTP car we were talking about earlier, being chased down by the Writer Engineering Esports car champions from last season, who are coming under a lot of pressure from the XPD Racing Acura, pulling to the inside into turn 5. They're going to be side by side on corner entry. Watts just in front of the number 1, who leaves just enough space to the back of that car, but will lose that position and is straight away under pressure from Neil de Backer in that number 41 BMW. What can he do on their, we assume, fuel saving game? But no, look at that, the number 1, a great exit from Corvette corner to almost get back on the back of that XPD racing car. But the Acura's pace in that middle sector really coming into play, as look at that couple of car lengths gap that they've already opened up.
A great brave move into turn 5, and if you want to try and make a move there, you have to be brave. You've got to be confident on the brake pedal, put yourself there nice and early, let them know what you're doing, and then for the love of God, do not lock a tire, because that will just send you right into the side of their car. And fortunately for both cars, the 33 pulling that expertly to make the move up into 3rd in class. And this entire pack, there's not more than a 1 second gap between 2nd and 11th right now. Of course, 7 seconds in total, but there's a bridge between them all, enough to stay in slipstream. And as they start to exit out of this traffic and get into the sparser running at the very front of the GT3 field, they're going to be hoping they can latch on, stay within that window, and then pull back up, keep the fuel save going, and extend the stint. We're expecting maybe 45-minute stint for the GTPs. We're thinking maybe 14, 15 stops. Of course, it's a big number, there's a lot to think about right now, but you have to approach it from lap number 1 if you want to pull off a good fuel save. You adapt as the race goes on, but you've got to have the game plan. You've got to know what you want to do, and then spend the entire time between all the drivers, of course. Some of them are going to be more experienced at the lift and coast than others, but you've got to be on the ball from flag to flag to make those strategies work. And it looks like the top 5 managed to break away from the cars behind. There's a little 4-car cluster here, 4 seconds. Actually, the gap at the front's down to just 3 seconds.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a struggle in traffic for the number 96 Old Firm Racing orange car, or maybe actually that gap's coming down a lot quicker than it otherwise should. So we can get the cameras focused on that car. We can look for a little bit of damage, because I think they might have had some sort of collision if the gap's coming down that quickly. The only other thing that could be causing that is perhaps a little bit of a glitch in the timing system. Don't know if the front end of that Acura looks a little bit flatter than it should, Olivia. I don't really have a good view of it at the moment.
don't see anything too visible, but you can't deny that the gap did come down a lot. I think it might have just been that final cluster of traffic. Some cars fighting very close for the lead of the B class. It looked like now as the cars behind struggle through that group in the final few sectors, the gap's come back up to about 4 seconds.
Speaking of gaps,
I think it's just that ebb and flow of multi-class racing.
Yeah, speaking of gaps though, look how much XPD Racing have closed up to the back of Focus Racing in the last lap. That gap was a good couple of car lengths longer last time they came out of turn 3. The Acura making the most of that slipstream on the run down to turn 5, closing to within a couple of car lengths. Of course, the Acura typically has better braking performance than the Cadillac, but the driver of the Focus Racing car able to take advantage of what that American beast is giving him. But here is where the Acura has its biggest advantage. We've seen the speed that the drivers can get out of that car in the middle sector. Look how much he's closed up now. The Cadillac just trying to make use of as much of the track as possible and exit as quickly as he can. Through the carousel they come. Plenty of dirty air coming off the back of that prototype that the 33 has to struggle through as that gap opens back up to 0.6 of a second. But now we have one of the fastest sections of the track once again, and XPD Racing are in that slipstream all the way down to Canada Corner. Are they saving fuel? Are they going flat out to try and close that gap? Once again, closing under half a second as they come up through Bill Mitchell Bend. Once again, only a couple of corners before they're on a big long straight once again, and give it a couple more laps and perhaps the Focus Racing GTP car is going to lose that P2, because it looks like XPD Racing and Daniel Lopez really want that place.
And remember, we saw a very solid, very late lunge into turn 5. You got 2 long straights before you get there. This is the first, and a GT3 ahead. This is going to hold up the lead car a little bit of the number 7, and the 33 is right on the back here. Going to go to the outside, try and open up turn number 3. And the gap less than 0.3, but maybe not the best exit, catching a little bit of grass. And it looks like that that car is not quite going to give them the overlap they need to make the dive. They're going to be just a little bit too far back, and they're going to sit behind. And remember, keep that fuel save going. We are nearing the end of the stint for the GTPs. We assume 30 or so minutes into this race, approaching the half-an-hour mark. On lap 16, and I think if you have any idea from what the stint is expected to be for these.
Oh, sorry, that was a question. Sorry, I didn't realize that. Yeah, it's looking at about 45 minutes, of course. I have a little bit of inside information that I can look directly at one of the teams in this field's stint plan in the GTP field. It is expected the stint will be about 45 minutes, so we're looking at 15 minutes between now and the first round of pit stops for these cars. And then we're looking at the GT3 cars coming in about 15 minutes after that. So we are getting into the phase of the race where it's less about what the drivers can do and all about what the pit crew's roll of the dice is. It's a little bit of Dungeons and Dragons being played in the pit lanes. Not all pit stop lengths are the exact same length. It's a bit of a roll of a dice to decide if your pit stop is longer or slower. You know, based on, well, partially based on where you pull your car up in the pit box, but then again, a little bit based on that little bit of randomness that's always introduced with these sorts of racing. But look how close Daniel Lopez is to the back of Hugo Preto this time by. He wasn't able to do anything into turn 5 last time, even though he was arguably a lot closer than he is now. But again, he's going to have a massive straight to build some speed in that slipstream. But it's those strategy decisions that we're making really early in the race. Does Lopez make the choice to go for it, or does he just sit back and wait a little bit? The thing is, at this point, everyone's got everyone else's sort of pace figured out, and the question marks only sit above the drivers that haven't got in the car yet. So are they playing the long game a little bit, waiting this out, maintaining those gaps as the gap is coming down at the front of the field once again, and just kind of waiting for the second drivers to get in the car?
And that is something we've obviously not talked about. You want to have your strong driver in for qualifying. You want to have your strong driver in at the start of the race. But some of these teams, they're going to have those drivers that are more experienced, that have been in hundreds of races like this, and you have some who maybe are still learning the ropes. Of course, that's what the AM class is for, but you're still going to have that up and down the field. We'll have to see how that develops once we have driver swaps, but for now we are still in this first stint of the race. Everyone, I think there are a couple of cars swap out drivers between qualifying and the race start, again playing to maybe different strengths that these drivers have. Some good in traffic, some good in the clean air, and you don't get any more traffic than this first stint. You've got that initial start where chaos can and has unfolded, but then you've got those first couple runs through traffic where the entire field is in one group and you really have to force your way through, weave in and out between different cars into the braking zones, and then things will calm down a little bit. The field obviously thinned out a fair bit by that lap 1 incident in the GT3 group. But as the sort of natural pace differences ebb and flow, you start to see the train, and I mean GT3 is now basically taking up the entire track just from different car paces over the course of the 15 laps they've run, and different luck in groups of traffic, and you start to have a bit of an easier time finding those gaps. Picking off a couple of cars is all you really need to do at that point, and that's when maybe you get some of your less experienced drivers in, giving them a bit of an easier task, especially early on in the season. They can definitely grow into it, and we'll see some drivers develop massively over the 5 rounds we have. But for now, just stay out of trouble, get the laps clicked in, try and hold it as you can, and pull off that little bit of fuel save as we've been talking about all race.
Yeah, I think the really interesting thing about the GT3 is having that incident early on is you've done it yourself, Liv, and of course I've got plenty of experience in these sorts of cars, where that first run through of traffic, the cars are literally nose to tail the entire way in both classes, and it's where some of the most time can be won or lost in the early phases of the race. But I think that first run through traffic kind of looked and felt a lot more like the second run, like the typical second run through, because everyone was a lot more fanned out and there was a lot more space between all the different groups of cars, which is something you do find on that second and third run through the car, through the traffic, as the prototypes have typically already had one run through and helped separate out those gaps. So it was just a really interesting and strange thing that I noticed. But I'm just following a fight in GTP at the moment for P4. It's Nicholas Gesner versus Neil de Backer in the number 41 BMW. Nicholas Gesner, of course, teammate to previous season champion Jan Kurbs, who is an old rival of Neil de Backer from the old LMP1 days. Him and Neil having a bit of a fight during a 1 hour race at the Red Bull Ring, probably a couple of years ago at this point, where they were going at it for a full hour. Neil de Backer was able to come out on top on that particular occasion, both drivers in the Audi R18. But now we're seeing a fight between a Cadillac and a BMW, both of which are based on very similar chassis. But as we've discussed, these cars, there's a bit of a pace deficit that goes in favor of the Cadillac. That car a little bit faster in terms of overall pace. So Nicholas Gesner has arguably the easier job to stay in front of the 41, as Neil de Backer, I'll tell you, is ragging that car to the edge of its performance. Gets separated though from Gesner with a field of 4 GT3s just sat in front of him. Nothing he could do, and he did really well to avoid that one. But his loss of momentum through that corner is now putting him under threat from the number 74 of Enosis Esports, Aritz Paz, on board that car. But again, as we talked about Neil getting bookmarked by Nicholas Gesner, he manages to bookmark Aritz Paz through Bill Mitchell Bend and opens up a 1 second plus gap on the straight, and perhaps puts off that overtake for another few laps, depending on what the traffic in front has to say about that one.
And what a move from the number 1. Really a confidence of a champion there. Middle of 3 on the entry to the kink, a corner of which is very much single file. Knew that he could clear in time and then leave the BMW behind hanging, having to go on the inside of 3 on the exit. And that has built up now a 3 second gap just through that one patch of traffic. Being the lead car gives you that flexibility, to see an opportunity to make sure that their room was there and to make it very cleanly through. But again, this is looking more like the first run of traffic. The cars are so grouped together here, and I think the chaos of the start has started to now rebound as cars that are maybe out of position are starting to find their way back through to where they should be, and you get these massive pockets. A lot easier coming through the kink this time for our GTP traffic, but then it's so tricky in this run. The line changes 3 or 4 times as you get towards Canada. I think there's a couple of fake corner numbers that the track decided on through there, and it can be very difficult to work out where the car ahead is planning to go, even in the same class, but especially the closing rates we have here, to weave through and stay out of trouble every single time you're passing traffic through there.
Yeah, if you ask me, it's a sign of a really good driver. Those who know when to be a little bit more gentle with the traffic and really relax and back off and let them do their thing before, you know, you go through and take that track position. But then to also know when to be like, right, I need to go now to win this fight with the car that I'm currently facing. Because you can take your time about it. You can still be gentle with the traffic. And I think if Nicholas Gesner didn't go for that move, there was no way Neil was getting through. He wouldn't have had the momentum to, he wouldn't have had that momentum to power out of the kink and get a run into Canada corner. But what Gesner decided was, I don't care if that's the case. I know that I can get past these two in this really aggressive way and keep my momentum up for this big run down towards Canada and leave the car behind completely hanging out to dry. And as you said, Liv, it opened up that 3.5 second gap and just completely alleviated any pressure from the number 1 car and the driver of the number 1 to just crack on and continue with what they were doing. They were able to then close the gap to P3 of Daniel Lopez almost instantly, as that gap now sits only a couple of seconds. But actually, I did also think it brings up an interesting question that I think we should discuss, if not now, a little bit later in the race. Where do you prefer to be when you're going through traffic? Do you prefer to be the lead driver, or do you prefer the chase?
I mean, I don't get the chance to be the lead driver very often. I think I'm not necessarily best in the GTP machines. I feel a bit out of water in any car that has a fender at this point. But I always really enjoy having that wedge ahead of me, having someone to cut through and then trying to use them and really follow them through. But of course, when you have a car ahead who's making moves that aggressive and having a door that is being slammed right behind them, it really can come back to bite you. And so if you have the opportunity to be ahead, then take it with open arms. But if you're behind, again, it's that feels opportunity that Neil has been denied by having that 1 car break away for a couple laps. And we talked about the BMW being a little bit weaker on the fuel mileage, and that just means that it's going to be as it looks like news coming through having a potential red flag being thrown in this session. Everyone comes to a slowdown, and a bunch of server connection issues. Unfortunately, we've noticed it's very difficult on a field this large to keep hold of, keep track of everything that's going on. It looks like we are going to bring the cars back into pit lane, try and get a new server spooled up, and then restart for, I believe, after we're done with all that organizing, probably 10 more hours of racing.
So we've seen this before. We had Spa red flagged last season. So we're just listening to the race control make their announcements as everyone rolls around into the pit lane, just taking notes of everyone's positions. But what this is going to do is it's going to do exactly what it does in, any given real life red flag. All of those gaps that everyone's built up are now going to be compressed. The GTPs are all going to be starting nose to tail 2 by 2 once again, once we go green. The GT3s, everyone who retired from the race, it's a question as whether or not they're going to be allowed to get back in and restart from the back of the field and gain back all those laps. Perhaps a discussion to be had between race control and the drivers. I think, to be fair, if you ask me, I say let them back in. It is just a sim race at the end of the day. Let them have their fun, get back into the race, and have an opportunity to fight for what they were denied. I don't know if you have the same opinion on that one, Olivia, but you know, just take advantage of what we've got here, and let's get the full 60 cars back on the field.
I think the main thing is I would not want to be in that race control room right now. This is a bit of a nightmare scenario, just having certain outside the series control really coming up and forcing a very difficult decision. But as you see, everyone is an appeal down pit lane here. We are going to go to red flag conditions, and we'll have news when we have news. But for now, we are bringing the action to a halt here at Road America, just before the first pit cycle of the race.
Yeah, which also brings up an interesting thing, because under normal circumstances in real life, you wouldn't be able to do any work on the car. So no refueling, no tire changes, no anything. Unfortunately or fortunately, that's not something that race control for PEC can actually control, because every car will be a brand new, fresh, reset car that will have fresh tires, will have a full tank of fuel. And interestingly, it produces a unique opportunity for drivers that may have gone, oh goodness, we may have had the got the setup a little bit wrong here. So it gives those guys the chance to make some changes, switch onto maybe a different setup, or just tweak a few things to maybe make their cars a little bit faster. It could completely change the outlook of the entire race as everyone comes to a stop at the end of pit lane as we await an update from race control as to what's really going to happen in the next 20 minutes or so.
The current word that we have is that we're starting from the current positions, so any moves that have been made are going to stand, but cars that have lost laps due to either the issues at turn 1 or the disconnects that we've unfortunately been seeing so far in this session will, I believe, be given their lap backs and be lined up at the tail end of the field.
Good decision.
And then we'll run for, I believe, 11 hours. We didn't just about have time, it seems, to restart this session and get going, and just call this the first hour at the end of the red flag.
So then the opportunities for a little bit of strategy gamesmanship sort of taken away from us a little bit there, as we completely avoid the first round of pit stops. And interestingly, coming to the end of the first stint, adding 15 minutes of fuel to the GTPs. So it's going to, again, just kind of switch up what we've really got for the next part of this race. Because as I say, that first stop is gone. That extra bit of fuel, that extra bit of fuel burn is gone, and everyone's going to be in completely fresh cars. So you've got to trust your strategists within the team that they're going to come up with something that still puts you in a really good position for the next 11 hours or so. But it's really good to hear that everyone's going to be allowed back into this race. It's going to make the traffic a little bit more chaotic when we get up to it for the first time again. But considering that we are restarting the race from 11 hours to go because of disconnects, because of something that the drivers couldn't really control, I think it's only fair to let everyone back in and let everyone restart in position. But interestingly though, it's going to put some pro cars at the back of the AM field, so I'm not really sure how that's going to work out for everyone. But it's certainly going to throw a little bit of a spanner into the works as we watch those we assume much faster cars try and make their way through the AM field.
Yeah, of course, the wreck that happened at turn 1 started from 3rd in that GT3 group that's up. Everyone, I believe, in the top 19 were the pro cars, and a lot of those are the ones that took the heaviest damage in that initial incident, so they will fall to the back of the field. Now, of course, they'll get their laps back, but they're still going to be behind all of the AM cars, and so that's going to, I think, be a lot of impatience from those drivers, a lot of pressure on maybe some less experienced drivers, And especially with, I think, tempers flared and just frustration at the circumstance that we've been put in here. I'm a little bit worried about what might happen on this restart, and hopefully everyone keeps their head for this second start. But we saw what happened in the first one, and things could very easily take another turn.
And that's the beauty of endurance racing. It's going to be a proper endurance race. Like, we've had this stoppage, but now you're going to have to completely rethink everything. You're going to have to rethink who you're fighting, because Magic Arrow are going to be starting in the field. They should make the grid this time, we hope. So keep an eye on what they can do, because they were very clearly one of the fastest cars in the field. They were in qualifying at least, and we don't really know what they've got in terms. Well, I say we don't really know what they've got in terms of race pace yet, but they made up. What was it? Five, somewhere between 5 and 10.
They're up to P8 now.
Is that actually where they are?
By my eye.
Oh, after disconnects, yeah. So,
Hang on, let me check the last flying lap.
So yeah, because of
They
disconnect.
made an overtake for P8
Well, there you go.
on the start finish of the start of lap 22. So
That'll put them on the fourth row of the grid.
obviously not where they want to be restarting the race, and not where they plan to initially start the race, but that still puts them very much in contention and able to make a move forward. But of course, the flip side of that is there's a lot more chaos available. They managed to get through that opening phase. The fact that they started where they did meant they were out of trouble. They managed to get out of pit lane ahead of the GT3 start, and they were making good moves and were maybe less than 20 seconds off the front of the field. It's going to close them back up, but it's going to put a lot of cars that they'd already overtaken right back on their rear bumper. And they've got to navigate that very narrow turn one again, that we don't have the updated, expanded runoff that we've seen in real life. And even with that runoff, we've seen incidents here this year at turn one on initial starts, and they're going to have to navigate that again and try and keep their nose clean once again to avoid getting put right back where they had to start this race.
We've seen similar sorts of early race incidents in the Champ Car broadcast that we do on Wednesday nights, Thursday mornings, and we've seen these sort of things happen where people get a little bit aggressive on a restart, crash, and then the field learns. So I'm thinking perhaps we're going to see the same sort of thing here, where even though it was sort of caused by one car losing the back end, I'm hoping that we're really going to see the GT3 fields take a little bit more of a cautious step into turn one this time around, having learned from what happened last time, knowing what those cold tires are going to do, to just keep it a little bit more clean. But the one thing that I wanted to touch on at the time that I never really got around to because of how much was happening is the drivers have been dealing with the cold tires all throughout qualifying, but in quali you have the opportunity to be a little bit more cautious and be a little bit more patient and not have to worry about really trying to push the cold tires. But as soon as you get into a racing situation, all that kind of goes out the window, and you have to go as fast as possible on a really cold set of tires. So you're dealing with that understeer, you're dealing with that oversteer, and all that lack of stability as that elasticity sort of builds in the tire compound, and it can bite you. Like, you get on the curbs and there's a bit of an oscillation sent through the rear tire, through the suspension, that just makes the back end snap on you, and it's really hard to catch because you don't, again, have that elasticity in the tires to bring everything back into line. I'm doing all these hand motions and moving around in my office chair as if people can see me, but you don't really have that elasticity to bring everything back into line and really continue, because it's like driving on rocks. It does genuinely sometimes feel like you have rocks at the rear of the car.
And like we were mentioning in terms of adjustments at the sort of in-car and in the pit stops, the GTPs have the roll bars that they can try and mess around with to help get heat into the tires to, as we have a bit of a barbecue in pit lane, it looks like cars being stationary for too long. And then that'll get fixed up before the restart for sure. But they have that option of in-car adjustment, have it set a certain way for the first couple of laps, and then change it back once tires temperature, and run the rest of the stint like that. There's not that luxury for the GT3s. Of course, they have ABS as well as traction control they can adjust in the car. They have brake bias, but it's very difficult to use those to effectively mitigate the cold tires. We saw the incident at turn 1. It wasn't necessarily at the moment of on throttle. It was sort of more of a mid-corner slide. Maybe they were starting to get on there, but I think it would be at that sort of low level where traction control probably wouldn't try and intervene. And so all of that is down to how experienced are you in sort of dealing with an unfamiliar condition. The track's not the same as you've ever been on before, especially with Tempest mixing everything up a little bit, and you don't really know what's under you. A very long pace lap, longer than normal, because you have to leave that gap to the GTPs and then launch on the start-finish line in the restart zone. And one driver just wasn't quite prepared for it, and it's unfortunate to see that have such a big consequence, but that is racing. We talked about this not being sort of grade 1 typical massive tarmac runoffs. It's a very old school circuit, and it means that there's that funneling in at the exit of turn 1 where the natural geography just takes over, and you'd have to try and rally cross it on the little strips of grass to the side, or lock it down, get it stopped, and hope that the cars behind you can do the same thing.
Yeah, interestingly, you took the words right out of my mouth from that one. I was going to talk about how it gets really skinny down there, but it's sort of the nature of this older style of racetrack. Like, look at these shots, and it looks nothing like your big modern racing facilities that we go to in various series nowadays. Just take a mental image of this and compare it to Algarve, where we go in 3 weeks' time. It's just completely different, and that's where I think the intrigue and the excitement really comes from in these at this sort of track, because it is so difficult to keep it between the white lines. It is so difficult to get speed out of it, because you want to make the track as wide as possible. And at a modern racing facility, you've got big curbs on corner exits and big curbs on corner entry that you can really get onto and lean on to, carry the speed mid-corner. And you still need to do that at here at Road America, except bar a few corners where you're trying to widen the track. It literally goes racing surface, white line, grass. And I think it goes without saying that grass isn't very grippy. So if you get that placement, that judgment wrong, and then get on the brakes, all of a sudden you're going to have one side of the car that has much more braking performance than the other, and you're just going to get pitched right into a spin. And before you can even really react to it, it's really difficult to manage. But the best drivers are those that can really place the car and get it in a position as close to those blades of grass as possible without getting a tire onto them.
Whenever I was in a spot where I needed safety rating in official races, this was always a track that I turned to, because it has that very unforgiving limit. Mm-hmm. And it means that you are very much disincentivized from pushing onto and sort of picking up an off track, because it's almost always slower is the thing to keep in mind. If you get that one, it's probably because you've made a mistake, you've missed an apex, you've run wide, and you've got to spend that time gathering the car up. We have an instant limit, of course. 60 instants will give you a drive-through. I don't imagine we would have seen any teams hit that. I'm not sure whether that will be adjusted down for the restarted race, but naturally defined track limits. I totally understand why in sort of a modern era of racing, why they're being moved away from in real life, but we don't have the same restrictions that they do, and I do think it is a very fun challenge to deal with, and a old school circuit with a lot of character, and one that very much tells you when you've gone too far and lets you know very very clearly.
Well, it's that, and I think the track limits actually make sense at Road America because all of the curves that they have, it's a very American, very liberal sort of track limits allowance. If it's concrete, you can use it, and I'm fine with that because okay, I'm fine with it to a certain extent. I don't like the way they do it at tracks like Coty, big modern racing facilities that have all of the tarmac runoff, for safety reasons. And the fact that when IndyCar went there and when NASCAR went there, they look at that tarmac and they go, yeah, you can run on that. Go do that. Because I think it looks a bit silly and sort of kills the character of the track. But obviously that's because the tarmac is there to be used. But with Road America, your track limits are anything off the tarmac, and they're not big enough bits of tarmac that it looks silly when you run on it. I find this one really difficult to communicate, but you see the cars coming out the final corner. And they're on
you're obeying the track design.
Yeah, exactly.
Like
it is intentional track design.
You are respecting the distance of the race. You're just pushing the car to the limit and pushing the track limit, as is what racing's all about.
Yeah, and I don't really get the whole big argument complaining about the enforcement of track limits. Because there is a white line, and the race director goes, right, this is the white line, stay within the white line, or we're going to have issues. Surely professional racing drivers should be able to go, yeah, you know what, I can do that, rather than going, oh, well, it's not fair, right?
I mean, yeah, but that means that they don't want to do that, I think.
No, it's like, I get both sides because I understand being like, you know what, I want to go as fast as possible. Let me use all of that tarmac. But again, you are being given a very simple instruction. You should be able to follow that. How did we turn this into a track limits conversation? I just really like Road America. I think it's really well built.
I mean, we were expecting the conversation to get a little bit silly over the course of the race. We've got 12 plus hours to commentate with just us. It was gonna get ridiculous, but normally you at least have the on-track action to pull you back and to stop you getting too off course. But this is what the track looks like right now. Again, beautiful afternoon in Wisconsin, but that sort of smell of petrol not there currently. That roar of the engines gone quiet, and all you've got is us yapping for now. What
we need is Carmen to turn up the ambient sounds in her sim so that we can hear the birds tweeting as we look at all the scenic shots of Road America.
Maybe we need to go to the chopper cam with the
with the
sound effects.
So I'm gonna jump in here.
For that one.
Hi, Carmen.
I'm gonna jump in. I've been playing Fallout Shelter in the meantime. My Steam Deck is coming in handy really big right now. So we have 61 people watching live right now, an empty track. So for everyone tuning in, thank you. This is the third time in 2 seasons this has happened. So, not great. But currently the debate right now is whether or not it's actually going to be 11 hours or 10. Seems like a lot of the drivers want 10 because we ended up going an hour over. Last time we did this at Hockenheim and Spa. So
did Hockenheim ring have a red flag?
Oh, 100% it did.
Oh, did that happen in the first half of the race when I wasn't there?
It happened the very first hour. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
With Hockenheim and Spa last time we had this issue was because GTP crashed lap 1. Now the big talking point here is that with the race being reset, all the drivers that crashed out legitimately get a chance to get they basically start from zero with everybody else. There's a huge point of contention to that.
There is, yeah.
So, and that's what's going on now, because there was 13 DNFs that are not connection related. So all 13 of those cars need to come back in unaffected as well. So it's been fun watching that discourse take place.
Fun is one word for it.
No, it is fun.
I'm
it's
on the side of
always
the
fun.
drivers on this one. Like, because the lobby reset is not because the DNFs for the crashes. It's because of the few that have had mechanical issues. And by mechanical failures, we mean disconnects.
Because you can't say disconnect. That's illegal.
But the issue is that the server, there's no guarantee that the next server is going to be better. It could be worse.
Mm-hmm.
So what sort of result are we chasing is the conversation that is being had right now, because this is a mostly European series, European servers. They were on the European server. They were on Central European servers. I say Central, it's French.
No, it's not. It's German. It's Frankfurt.
I thought it was France.
Yeah, DEFRA.
It's the
The FRA is France.
See,
I
I can't
always
see
get that
that.
mixed
When
up as
it's
well.
listed differently in the iRacing UI.
Oh, that's
Okay.
dumb.
Yeah, it's listed as EU FRA, which is
Frankfurt.
the acronym for France.
No, it's FR.
I mean, it does make sense to.
It doesn't make any sense at all. If it's German, then just
I mean,
use the EU.
the Eastern servers have been moved to Ohio apparently, maybe. So
Yeah, and they actually just typed out Ohio.
Ohio. Yeah, because it's 4 letters long.
It's
You can't
OH.
really write Frankfurt.
no, it's US East OH. So it could be a hydroxide for all we know.
But even if you decided to type it out, Ohio only has 4 letters.
Yeah.
You get to 4 letters in 4 letters in Frankfurt, and it still looks like it might say France.
Yeah.
I've never actually been to Frankfurt. It might be a little bit French. I don't know. I've done
But-
Dresden. No, I haven't. Yeah, I have. I've done
Yeah,
Dresden.
the pursuit we're going at right now is that they're trying to figure out how we can guarantee server stability for 60 cars, and my argument is that you can't.
I mean, this is right at the limit of what the service supports, right? I think maximum cars is 63, I believe. I think it needs a 64th slot for the pace car.
Yeah.
And I think we're one shy of the unique car limit here. I guess they're in the session. Maybe a way to boost load slightly is if they remove the couple of cars that aren't being used from the class makeup. Because we've got 12 loaded in, but only 10 are being used. I'm not sure if that would help any, but even so, we are sort of right towards that top end of what this is built for, and it's constantly being pushed by iRacing to try and bring in these additional manufacturers. It's going to be increased once again in a few days' time to, I believe, 14 to make room for the McLaren 720S in IMSA, while keeping all 4 GTPs, the LMP2, and the other 8. I think, yeah, the other 8 GT3 machines that are already in there. It's a very difficult challenge for the iRacing servers, for our own machines that can barely keep track of everything that's going on, and for the drivers as well. We were worried about performance in the rain, but even in the dry, we're still having these issues.
We're still waiting on official confirmation from the PEC staff as to what is going to happen, whether it will be a 10-hour restart, whether everyone will get their laps back. A lot of drivers arguing against getting a lap back, which I find, I don't know, I find it a little, I don't want to say unsportsmanlike, that's not fair, but anti-fun, no. I guess they want to simulate the racing, so it's like, just if your lap's down, deal with it. But it's just a game. Let's get everyone back into the race and get the full 60 cars in the same lap and have a proper fight, you know? I'm all about the spirit of racing rather than the realism. Like, take advantage of the fact that this isn't real life and just go for the fun option, you know? Is that so wrong?
I think it's easier to say when you've not put the when you've not been through the stress of that initial start, and
Yeah.
especially if you're one of the teams that was able to do the right thing, get the car slowed up, and make it through when other teams weren't so lucky. You, as a competitor, you want to hold of that advantage as much as possible, surely.
Yeah. So, as we were saying that, and as I was saying, we don't have a confirmation. We do have a confirmation as to what is about to happen. So, I did have it up a second ago, and then I got rid of it. So, we've been given the standings for the start of the race, that the restart of the race that we will go over shortly. However, the new session will be going up roughly now. There will be 20 minutes of practice, so 20-minute warm-up, and then we will be going green once again. So the session has been created. The race will restart. The only thing they haven't confirmed is exactly how long the race will be. So that's something that
It's 11
I will
hours.
be keeping an eye out for. So it will be 11 hours. There we go then. So that's going to give us enough time to settle back into a little bit of a rhythm and get this race restarted and going once again.
Just confirm the session is going up. I'm loading into it right now. So if any of the drivers are listening in to try and get some information as well, that's your signal to get fire back up, get the helmets back on, and get ratio racing once again.
With that being said, commentary gets to take a little bit of a break since we know we have 20 minutes till race start. So they're going to take a small break here. We're going to load up and get the ambiance going at least. For everyone that's tuning in, bear with us here, and we'll be starting again just shortly.
They make a brew.
Brew. Welcome back to live coverage of the Platinum Endurance Championship, 12 hours of Road America. We are back after a red flag for server issues. We will be restarting the race with 11 hours to go, and everybody that crashed out and disconnected will be able to rejoin the race with all of their laps back, starting at the back of their class. Now, a small update on something that we didn't quite know the whys of. The number 55 Magic Arrow car that we're currently following with Balzaz Chirozi on board, they had to start from the pit lane due to signing up with the wrong car and changing very last second. So that means that they did have to start from the pit lane at the start of this race, but will now be rejoining 8th in class from where they were. Now, race controller just re-announcing the order that we will be restarting in, and the way this will work is we will be going out in a grid behind the safety car, but we will not be racing after the safety car comes in. It is after that point at which everyone will organize into one single file line. It will be a single file restart in the race order that's been announced by the by race control, which we can have a quick look at here, and I will give you a very, very, very quick rundown of it. So they will be restarting in this order: 96, 7, 33, 1, 41, 74, 13, 51, 55, 2, 69, 50, 66, 70, 30, 24, and 67 will all be restarting in that order in GTP. And then for the GT3s, there will be a mix of GT3 Pros and AMs in together. 219, 206, 210, 244, 218, 211, 213, 324 is the first AM car, 399, 242, 230, 234, 241, 277, 240, 291, 355, 222, 391, 384, 341, 9, 377, 276, 262, 298, and then the 6, the 217, the 315, the 264, the 124, the 5, the 202, the 255, 346, 269, 299, 216, 274, 220, and 289 will round out the field. It will be 58 cars that will retake the green flag with about 11 hours left on the clock, which is a very exciting prospect.
Also, a couple of updates. The Octopus Racing cars were signed up with the incorrect numbers. The 124 has managed to correct that and is now racing in the 224 correctly in class. Looks like the 9 still hasn't got it set in the paint booth. They've been shuffled into the 34 by iRacing for reasons I cannot understand. And your bonus ball tonight is 17.
It did feel a little bit like we were announcing the national lotto numbers, didn't it? I mean, I was going to go for bingo, but that works too.
My other joke was number one.
What?
A wand.
What is number one?
That's a reference you don't get, okay? I sound crazy because of that.
No, see, the thing is, it's tickling something in the back of my head, but I don't remember what it is.
I think it's from Mitchell and Webb.
For the non-British crowd, I apologize.
It's a mostly European championship. You have to put up with us here.
We are allowed to make references for British things because this is mostly European.
I am so glad I've got my Steam Deck. I need it so bad right now.
So then 7 seconds. Oh no, that's a count up, not a count down. So the way that we're seeing the cars now is not how they will be restarting in the race. As I previously mentioned, we will go for one pace lap and then reorder. It's going to look very funky, and we're trusting 58 drivers, 58 iRacing drivers, non-professional racing drivers to be able to sort it out. I'm not sure how they're gonna do it, but we'll see.
To explain why this whole process has to happen, there is no way in a hosted session, a team-hosted session, to set a custom grid order. So essentially, we load into the session, iRacing gives us something, and then we fix it under an informal pace lap, which will officially be lap 1 of the restart. It'll be like lap 22, I think, officially of the race. By the time we get racing, it'll probably be about 10.5 hours left to go, so it'll be about a 45-minute red flag in terms of race time, maybe a bit longer than that in terms of real life time, which means we're going to bed slightly later than we were maybe planning to. But as we get rolling,
I'm
we'll
already
work it out.
missing COTA qualifying, so that's okay. Very long day for fans of real-life motorsport tomorrow, though. Got the Italian Grand Prix from Monza and Cota practically back-to-back. I've already
And not to mention,
not getting any sleep.
There's 2 races at the Milwaukee Mile. And of course, NASCAR, I believe, running the Southern 500 at Darlington, which is their playoff cutoff, because
oh goodness, yeah.
Playoffs. Look, I'm just talking about that in a series like this, or indeed on Wednesday nights.
Can you imagine if we were playoffs in this? Like, how would that work? It's a 5-race calendar. We'd have to start cutting the field down after 1 race.
I think it'd basically just be that Le Mans, or like, I mean, in this case Fuji, but last season it would have been whoever won Le Mans won the championship.
True, that would be chaotic.
It would be chaotic. It also defeat the point. It's why I do quite like having the way of an entire calendar as well as having that 1 round. Like it's a very good situation that WEC has sort of found itself in, where it feels like there is competition for the rest of the season as well. Some the IMSAs tend to avoid it. Like it has been focused on more than just Daytona for I think a number of years now. But of course, this season no 24-hour races, which I've got to say
sure
was
Carmen will be grateful of.
I am sure. But we have what 2 12 hours, 2 10 hours, and then that 8-hour at Watkins Glen. Which those will be fascinating. It's again, a couple of those are really high fuel burn races, and especially that 8-hour at the Glen. The difference between a 7 and an 8 stop for the GT3s, you're really going to notice, because there's just less time to make that extra stop up. And I guess similar thing here. Now we're at 10:40. I think it should be a pretty simple 10 stop for the GTPs from here, unless some of them have some magic fuel save. Sorry, that's for the GT3s. My apologies.
I was gonna say.
And then the GTPs, I believe, are just going to cut down about 2 stops of racing from their race.
You're looking at 640 minutes, which I don't think divides very nicely down into 40.75 hours. That's a good maths in that. I literally have a calculator on my phone. 640 minutes is a lot of minutes, though. Divided by 0.75. Oh no, wait. Why is it giving 8? No, you know what? The maths ain't mathin'. Oh, no, it's because I did it in minutes. I calculated the minutes. It's 640 minutes. I need to divide it by 45. There we go. 14.22222222 stops. So, you know, you can fuel save that.
Okay.
You can make that.
So we're expecting 14 stints, 13 stops.
14 stints, 13 stops. There you go.
Okay. I will say I'm a little bit concerned about the... Okay, there we go. Because the GTPs are rounded the final corner, and they're told to not start racing. But if you look ahead just a little bit, we do still have the GT3s.
They haven't left the pit lane yet, have they?
Parked upon the grid. And they're now rolling.
I think that's...
oh, please, everyone check up properly. I've seen pace lap incidents in less chaotic scenarios than this. Not that they should ever happen, but you know, I've seen it plenty of times. It looks like everyone has been well behaved, they've been patient, and yeah.
Look at that field of cars, though. 39 GT3s rolling their way down to turn 1 and checking up quite massively into turn 1 as they try to reshuffle the order.
And
that's a bit of damage on one of the GT3s already, is it?
I don't know.
It certainly looks like it. The car that the 242 just passed. I'm interested to try and figure out who that is, with the wrong number boards on as well, I might add.
The timer has started counting at this point, by the way. The green flag has been thrown by iRacing. We are very much ignoring that here. And yeah, these GT3s now have an entire lap to make back up after.
Which will be doable, because they're going to be going significantly faster than the GTPs.
I mean, yeah.
Just listening to race control call out the race order.
It's funny, what this is reminding me of was an indoor go-kart place on Thursday, And just before we left, we got to see like one of their like hour-long like races for members. We had a friend or two who was running in that, and there was a spin on like the exit of turn 1 that required the red lights to be turned on, the red flag.
Oh.
And rather than just restarting everyone as they would do like an open like practice session, letting it go to yellows and then back to green, they actually bunched everyone back up for a restart, and then they did spend about 3-4 laps making sure everyone was in the order they wanted and waving people through and behind before doing a single file rolling restart. So this isn't unheard of in like real motorsport, although obviously significantly lower power than the machines that we have here. And yeah, race control with a hell of a job to get everyone in order here. If you thought it was Chaosron broadcast with all the numbers being read out, it's basically the same deal here.
Mm-hmm.
You've got that flow lane on the left-hand side, I guess is how they've ended up organizing it, and then anyone who needs to move up is taking that left-hand side to move up ahead of everyone else in the field.
That's smart, actually. So that's
it gets
doing it.
Yeah, it gets easier as more cars get put through, because then it reshuffles the rest of. There's less cars to then leapfrog if you're at the back of the remaining pack.
So just as a reminder how the front of each class will restart, Old Firm Racing Orange, the 96 Acura, will restart at the front of the GTP field. Simrace Sweden Esports Pro in their Ferrari will restart at the front of the GT3 Pro field. And then the highest GT3 AM car would be the 324 HWT Motorsport car, and I actually don't know what they're in off the top of my head. Let's see if I can find out. It is a Ferrari. Thank you, Carmen, for so Ferrari proving again a popular choice at the front of 2 of the GT3 classes, as everything does get reshuffled. Interestingly though, we have had a driver drop out due to upload packet loss, so it'll be interesting to see.
Just the one, it looks like, thankfully. When we had the first bit distant, it was a group of like 5 to 10.
It was, yeah.
In that first.
Even I dropped out of that one.
I did notice that, yeah.
Yeah.
I was having a lot of performance issues, but I had one drop, but I think since Discord went quiet as well, I think that was on my end. And I might just stay in the session for a bit.
So it's going to be... I'm wondering how quickly the GT3s are realistically going to get onto the back of the GTPs. Because they need to get a bit of a wriggle on now, because they're half a lap behind. So just do one more read through of the numbers for the GT3s as they do try and get reshuffled.
And bear in mind, this is going to start to influence the strategies again. We're calculating it as if it was a 640-minute race. We could be burning off another 10 minutes under this caution and go about racing with about 10.5 hours, and that makes the fuel save we're talking about for the GTPs a lot more viable.
Yeah, because it's going to cut that.
I don't think anyone will be able to cut off an extra stop, but it doesn't hurt, and I'm sure a lot of these drivers are trying to clutch in, stay in a high gear, do everything they can just to run as efficiently as possible under this caution period, as you often see on oval. I even know some people have been known to turn the car off, which I do not recommend in a particular open wheel machine that does not have an onboard starter. That will not treat you very well at all.
Yet.
That's true, the real life car does have that now.
It works half the time.
Yeah, it sometimes works.
I won't lie, I'm still a little bit concerned with the gap between the GTP and GT3 field. I think we're going to get another lap under a virtual caution here to give the GT3s a chance to catch up, because the GTP field, as you can see on your screens right now, are on their way down to Canada Corner. And if we were going green this time by, I'd give it 30 seconds and they're on the back of the GT3s, because they're just coming through turn 2 now. Or at least what is labelled as turn 2, which again is a conversation we will get into once we settle into the race again.
this is difficult. I'm not gonna lie. And actually,
Well, there's not much.
just looking into the Discord drivers Discord channel. Someone's posted a video of Michael from Vsauce saying prime numbers for 3 hours, which is pretty much what race control does sound like right now.
Not a conversation or a discussion that I want to start, but how many of the cars on the grid are prime numbers? Like, how many of the car numbers are prime?
I'm going to go insane.
I know of one. It's the 41.
Which one would that be?
41. The 41 is a prime number.
I mean, you did have a fair few in the low numbers, in the single and double digits for the GTPs.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure what the density is like up in the 2-300s, but it's probably
211's a prime number, right?
11's a prime number, yeah.
211.
Ooh.
What would it be divisible? No, because it would be skipped by 3, right? Because
it's not 3, it's not 7.
Because 3 would have caught 111, right? Or would it?
Yeah, 3 would have caught 111. What? This is an insane thing to be working out. It's not 13. I think 211 might be prime. Yeah.
Are all? Not all 41s can be prime though, surely. But I think all of the 41s in the field are.
Wait, it's 141 is Y3.
Is it?
Yeah,
So
the digits add to 6.
Would 241 get caught by 7?
No. It would not.
Not 9 though, either.
No.
Because it's
if it's not 3, it's not 9.
I think 541 would be caught by 9.
We maybe should cut this conversation off here.
This could go on for hours. Just like this restart.
Yeah, this is
So it will
a hell of a task, and I want to mention the deltas on our live timing screen are now completely useless because the order that the actual session started in is nowhere near what the actual drivers are racing at. Looks like we might have about 2/3 of the GT3 field lined up, and that car is just parked on the grass on the outside of the carousel.
So race control just saying they are checking through the order now, so... The 277 is a lap ahead of the entire field somehow.
That's the cars parked on the carousel. I'm not sure how that's happened.
Are they did they accidentally go out with the GTPs? They must have.
Let me have a look.
277 is going to have to stop the field to come back around.
They started in the pit lane,
which would have put them a lap ahead because the GTP
and then rejoined ahead of the GTPs that are taking the start. They joined onto the back of the. But yeah, I think the same might also be true of the 277. Yeah, they also were in pit lane. And I did see someone mention a situation like this in the Discord. I think this might have happened before one of the restarts. Do you have any technical difficulties music you can queue up here, Carmen? Is there anything like that on the soundboard? Okay.
I'll stop. Does that count as transformative if I'm singing it?
Well, I wouldn't risk it with YouTube.
Yeah.
It counts as a loss of viewership.
And I think the prime numbers probably already did that.
Yeah,
honestly.
I wanted to gouge my eyes out with a rusty spoon. Let's not do that again.
What do you want us to do here?
Carmen doesn't like maths because her country still uses Imperial, primarily.
I failed high school like senior math twice. So yeah, I don't like math's not my strong suit.
I think Olivia, you and I are big fans of mathematics, aren't we?
Yep.
We're a big maths enjoyer.
I mean, it's a lot of what race strategy is based on ultimately.
Mm-hmm.
You've got to.
you've got to eliminate them decimals. The GT3s do appear to have caught the back of the GTPs now and are checking up quite massively to maintain that speed. And the 399 and 277 are both stopped on track. And there is a big cohort of GT3s on the start-finish straight still. It's just about getting things sorted out now, getting that group caught up and getting the other GT3s in front of, behind even, the ones that are currently stopped on track. There is every chance we go green this time by. I'm not going to make any promises until we have confirmation.
What are the odds that we have a crash in the last corner before they get to the start-finish line?
I don't, let's not jinx it.
The other thing I'm curious about is, I know it's a single file restart, but are they going to do are they going to split the class up for the restart?
That would be... Okay, well, I guess we'll find out. I don't know what race control have said on that one, to be honest. I just hope we can get back into the flow of things relatively soon, because I just want to go racing again. That's what we're here for. We want to watch cars zoom around a track at high speed. And we're not
this has been a little bit...
long.
Mind-numbing to sit through.
Would it not have been easier? Everyone starts from pit lane and you just roll out of the pit lane in the correct order, no?
I don't know. I don't know
that's too much common sense.
What to do in a situation like this.
Just trying to come up with some ideas. So here we go, 399 has dropped onto the correct lap as the rest of the GT3s. So there's just one more car to get put a lap down. I'm just looking at the track map now. The 348 has just made their way out of pit lane.
The one thing I will mention, did they make a stop? No, they're on lap 1. They are a lap down on the field.
They did not join the lobby initially. They joined in, then dropped out.
Right. So they're a lap down.
Yes.
And they will be restarting a lap down.
Confirmation from race control, by the way. We will be doing one more lap under caution.
Okay.
And then going green at the end of the next lap. So fingers crossed they increase the safety car speed, and then we can get things going relatively quickly. It's a very long pace lap here at Road America, which is useful when you're trying to do a rundown of the grid order before the start of a race, but not so much when you're trying to get going once again.
The one thing I will say, I am terrified of how cold all these tires are going to be, how low pressure all these tires are going to be after all of this pacing and all this confusion. The drivers are going to have to be very careful, I think, to avoid a repeat of what we saw in the GT3 field on lap 1 of the race.
I did just hear an engine explode, and I'm not sure where.
You're joking.
I'm deadly serious.
It's the 34.
Is that engine actually blown up?
Yes, it has.
Yes.
That's one of the prototypes, isn't it?
No.
No, that's who the 9 was.
Oh, goodness. Well, that is unfortunate for them. They will be restarting way down the order if that's the case.
They'll be
Probably about an hour down the order.
They'll be restarting this race in an hour, not now.
30 minutes back. Very unfortunate for them. A day that was already bad has gotten worse.
They are the Usain Bolts of finishing this race. They finished it so quick they didn't even start.
Credit where it's due. Congratulations, you've won. So the GTP field has just been given an instruction to increase the pace, and they are doing. So
we're getting fastest lap after fastest lap come in here,
which is good.
New one of a 4:31.
Oh, that's rapid.
Blistering pace. Yeah, we have one car a lap down of when they exited the pits, and we have one car that is soon to be much more than that.
Okay, so
apart from that, we're all good.
More confirmation from race control, just to communicate that to everyone watching. It will be a single file restart, which we know, with the same restart zone as the start of the race, and the GT3s will start 10 seconds. That's a spun GTP. The GT3s will start 10 seconds back on the GTP field. Trying to figure out who that is that's gone off.
That's XBD from third place.
Goodness gracious me. I'm just going to quickly grab the replay and see what happened there. Were they...
I think I know what's happened, so I think I've done this before.
That is a... Oh, they just locked at the rear brakes and spun.
I did this on the pace lap for the Watkins Glen 6 hour this year. I believe they were clutched in down that hill.
Yeah.
And then dropped the clutch too quickly.
Yeah.
And the rear tires didn't... I mean, it just didn't drop back into the gear properly, and the rear tires just locked up completely.
That makes sense.
And that's sort of the ultimate wheel hop that you'd normally only see here in the stock cars that have come here occasionally in the past few years.
Old Firm once again being instructed to pick up the pace. They are apparently going a little bit too slowly for race controls liking, as XPD are looking to re-slot into their position on the grid, just driving past everyone. I think there also may have been a little bit of maybe brake warming trying to be going on there, but obviously didn't work out in the positive direction for XPD as they fire their way up the field to try and get back into position. The 2 more cars they need to pass now coming to the restart, so they need to get this done very quickly. And they're just going to slot in front of Jan Curbs, who has got on board that Reiter engineering car. So a rivalry that we talked about between Jan Curbs and Neil DeBacker will be reignited with today's 11 and a bit hours of Road America as the field makes their way to the bottom of the hill towards the restart zone. There will be just over 11 hours and 20 minutes left on the clock. Old Firm Racing will lead the way for this single file restart, and they are away on the run down to turn 1 for the first time. A slow car there in the background, everyone getting shuffled as not making those starts. A little bit of weaving at the front by Randy Mateos just to try and break that draft of the rest of the field. A good clean start so far from the GTPs as they make their way through turn 1. Everyone behaving themselves, but we still have the GT3s who had all their issues at the last start, as the GTPs do stay in position. No overtakes quite yet. Everyone taking their time to get temperature into the tires. Of course, very, very, very low tire pressures for everyone, but the GT3s are making their way into the restart zone now. Winston Eckel on board that Simrace Sweden Esports Pro car, weaving, waiting to go, and he bolts. Everyone seeming to match him a little bit behind. A couple of car lengths is going to be his margin coming down into turn 1. No silly moves from anyone at the moment. Again, the GT3 field behaving, but now we get through turn 1, which is where it all went wrong on the previous start. 10 or so cars through turn 1 so far, all relatively cleanly. Flicking down the order to check that everyone makes it through. I'm pleased to say that everyone has made it through turn 1 relatively cleanly, and we are racing once again here in Road America as cars are starting to jostle for position. Just eyes at the front of the field for a moment. That's the number 50 Project Valorous car has just slid through on the number 2 Reiter Engineering Cadillac, as Old Firm Racing Orange are still leading the way from Hugo Prato, who is not under so much pressure from Daniel Lopez at the moment. He's looking in his mirrors at the number 1 car of Jan Curbs, who is starting to close that gap back down for that last slot on the podium. Neil DeBacker following him, surely in full fuel save mode at the moment, as the entire GTP field moves their way over to the right-hand side of the track, trying to break that draft.
And they were 3 wide in turn 5, deep in the GT3 field, racing for about 30th in class. Coming down towards turn 8 is where we saw issues on the practice start, but again, they're gonna make their way through. I think that time has given everyone some chance to rest their head a little bit and just be that little bit sensible. The top 5 in GTP, the ones that are broken away a little bit right now, but the entire GT3 field still bunched up in one line. And oh no, there's an incident in the middle of the oh my goodness, that is a couple of cars up, over and out, but I believe the racing surface stayed mostly clean for the GT3 field.
Ooh, that car is crabbing.
Yeah, that's a significant amount of time lost for them. Curious what happened to. Looks like it was the 255 got a little bit wide through the kink, but it into inside and outside wall. For the second race start in a row, it is that car that comes under fire, and luckily doesn't catch out quite as many cars. But that's still going to be a horrible feeling for that car that collected them. I think that was the 377 DDK by Eagle Speed Academy.
The Corvette behind just couldn't really check up because he had someone right on his tail, and it was either drive into the incident practically flat out and hit someone, or maybe hit someone, or check up and be hit by the cars behind. Just, again, just a little bit of lack of awareness from everyone to not really make much of an effort to avoid that one. But at the front of the GTP field, the order still remains the same. The top 5 completely unchanged as Old Firm Racing holding off Hugo Preto in the Focus Racing car, with XPD managing to successfully rejoin in their position for the restart, still being chased down by Jan Curbs and the 41 of Neil DeBacker. Interesting race looking like it's going to develop, but Curbs, who we may have expected to start to shake the BMW in that much faster Cadillac, not really doing so far. Neil DeBacker keeping him honest for the moment, despite playing that fuel-saving game. But of course, the number 1 car, one of those few cars to make the decision to change their driver. I believe most of the rest of the field keeping their starting drivers in, except for the 13, which swapped out for Roman Util. But Norbert Tamas in that number 55 Magic Arrow car that was scheduled to start on pole position at the first start of the race, but had to start from pit lane because of that car change. It's already up into P7 and tucked under the rear wing of the 13. Is he perhaps going to look for an opportunity into Canada Corner? Is one going to be presented to him? Only time will tell. Slipstream pulling him along all the way down that straight. Not enough of an overlap or overspeed to make a move work on this particular occasion. But look at that little bit extra corner speed he managed to take through Canada. Now he is right on the tail of that Acura and may have... Oh, no, he's gone wide through Bill Mitchell Bend and dropped back a couple of car lengths.
And we're hitting traffic now. The last place car in the GT3 field ran wide in the final corner and is being swallowed up already, but the entire back half of the GTs is about to be caught this lap. And oh no, that's been at turn 1 again, but they are off the racing line, they're out of the way. And I think this is about to be the most frantic lap we've seen on either restart, because we mentioned on that initial start the incident in the GT3 field kind of spread everyone out a little bit. Not so fortunate this time around. They are in one big clump, and this is going to be a huge challenge for the entire prototype field. Taylor, you'll know better than anyone what the mindset has to be in a situation like this.
Oh yeah, it is pure panic for the most part, because you know that every single corner you go into for the next 2 laps is going to potentially have a GT3 in your way. And if you're desperate to make up positions, as Neil DeBacker is now, you have to make that decision as to whether or not you send it down the inside of that GT3. Jan Curbs once again successfully bookmarking him against a GT3, and it's put Neil under some pressure from Roman Util in that Acura, as Neil has to sweep to the outside of Carousel, trusting the downforce of that BMW to keep him sucked onto that racing surface. But it's going to be Jan Curbs now who is going to be checked up by some GT3s. Neil having to back off a little bit to try and maintain some momentum. There is a big track blocker. Neil DeBacker's involved. He's been hit by Util behind as well. There was a GT3 sideways across the track, and Neil could do nothing to avoid. And that's going to be the 41 out of this race, 24 minutes into the restarted session.
I think I caught a couple of our other GTPs where it was the 222 spinning, and I've got to say, not really holding the brakes, and ended up just stranded across the entire racetrack. A lot of the GT3 field had advanced notice and were able to make their way around, but the XPD car taking a big hit and also getting meatballs there. And I think a good couple of other GT3s who were within that pack of GTPs having nowhere to go once the 41 entered the fray.
That's very silly from the 222. Was in a really good position to get the car stopped off the racing surface, but just made that choice to roll back onto the track and then reverse across the racing line. Not very good race awareness for the 222, but we are going to get an onboard of Neil DeBacker in that TMR number 41 BMW. to see exactly what he saw.
You might want to close your eyes here, Taylor. This one's not going to be pretty.
I saw it live. I'm going to have to watch it again. GT3 in front just getting a bit of a check, and then he's completely blind to that Lamborghini as all the other cars in front managed to get around just at the last second. But that lack of decision making from the Lamborghini just really throwing that spanner in the works there and making the situation a lot more dangerous than it could have otherwise been.
So I'm matching not just the 41, but again for that 33 car, which was running near the front of the field all day, made their way back up into position after a spin on the final pace lap that we had here. And I just don't. It's a very stressful situation to be in here, but I've got to wonder on that initial spin whether the ABS was maybe getting in the way of the car stopping on the outside grass. But then once you're there, try to roll it back to get out the way, but cars are trying to split you both sides. There's not really anywhere to go at that point.
Anyway, just whilst you were taking us through that crash there, we did see, well, I saw a little bit of an incident between Jan Curbs and one of the GT3s coming into the kink. Went down the inside of the car a little bit late, just as the Corvette turned in. And the Corvette had to turn out of the corner and went into that outside barrier. Might have picked up a little bit of damage, but Curbs managed to get through relatively cleanly as he continues to chase down Hugo Preto in P2 at the moment.
There's just so much to follow right now.
And this is it. This is what we didn't really get to see during the first portion of the race, because we had that big spread through the GT3 field. But this is the constant assault of the first run through traffic that we always hype up so much, because something always happens, and something has happened quite dramatically, in fact, as the GTPs pick their way through the traffic and kind of force the GT3s offline, and the GT3s force the GTPs offline onto the less rubbered insides of the track. And there are times when the GT3s are already on the absolute limit of grip, and then suddenly a prototype appears at their inside and they have to change their line. But by then it's way too late. And they try to change directions, but they don't really have that grip at the rear end to help them out, because you need to set the car up quite loose here. And then that's when the car snaps, and just like that, it's race over. But Norbert Tamas managing to pick his way through all of that and is now back up to P4 with plenty of time left on the clock for him to do something about their pit lane start. 1.2 seconds is the gap between the last step of the podium and the fastest car in qualifying. Of course, not your pole sitter. That went to Old Firm Racing and Randy Mateos, who actually got to start on the pole. But yeah, Norbert Tamas doing a great job to recover so far. Helped, of course, by that red flag, but that's racing.
I'm just kind of speechless as to what we've seen so far. A flurry of reports coming in terms of incidents that have happened in both the restart procedure and in the ensuing restart. We'll have to take a look and see what comes of those. But the back half of our GTP field still having to slot the traffic, and they're 3 wide for P12, it looks like. These GT3s, it also very much didn't help that they started so much later than the GTPs did, so they were caught a lot quicker. And so there might not be a couple more laps for cars to spread out just that tiniest bit more. We're not afforded that luxury here. And yeah, as you mentioned, the GT3 is just sometimes on the very limit of what they're able to do. It's not quite as extreme as what you would see in the IMSA Vintage series of the Road America 500, where the GTOs are just complete bricks in the corner that will go where they are going, and there's nothing you can do to say otherwise. But if you want to stay safe in the race, you kind of have to treat them almost the same, because there's very little room to take any risk in a race where we still have more than 10 hours left to go. And as the fields finally start to separate, you can now start to see, if we go back to our GT3 class, especially in that mid-pack, they're starting to be strung out now. It's more of what we expect and what we saw in that initial start.
Oh, but
And
here we
there's
go.
still moves being made, of course.
Yeah, a little bit of racing going on there in the background. I believe David Narbonne was on the receiving end of an overtake there from Onno Bastings in the 262 Hydro Race Racing Forces PEC car. So a brilliant move down the inside of Canada there. Narbonne in the Smurf racing car. Not really given much of an opportunity to defend, but of course Narbonne is in one of the AM cars, so won't have had to fight that too hard, as Onno Bastings just starting to pull away a little bit, as another pro car, Stuart Reynolds, is having a look down the inside and trying to get by. That is one of the interesting things about having two classes within the same sort of class of car. Even though the pro/am cars around you might be of a similar pace, you still want to try and be in front of them so that you're not bookmarked from the cars in front of you, because the cars you want to be racing, if they're in front of an AM car and you're a pro car, you want to get past that AM car as soon as possible and start fighting the people that you're actually supposed to be fighting. And we saw a little bit of that from David Narbonne, just making the choice to let everyone by and not get involved in that fight where he didn't need to. The red flag, of course, throwing up a little bit of a shake-up in the GT3 field, putting some pro cars out of place. And the AMs that survived that first crash, playing not roadblock, but just, again, that little separator between the pro cars behind and the ones they actually want to get involved in fights with.
And of course, you do see this in real life as well. When the IMSA Sports Car Championship comes to a track like this, you have the GTD Pro cars and the GTDs. They'll have the red and the green number boards respectively, and although they're in the same class and all the race control procedures and the caution will treat them as one class, they're stored separately, and you'll often get this situation where maybe the first, second and fourth cars on the road are in pro, but that third car's an AM car with an AM driver who's doing a great job holding them off, because again, you want to have that buffer between you and it's almost like in an oval race or something. If you can put a lapped car between you and the car you're racing, use them as a pick almost, then you relieve that pressure for as long as they're stuck behind them. And it's a huge factor in terms of racing in these sort of long GT3 races, even more so if it's a GT3 only, of course, with like bronze, silver, gold. But even with two classes, we're starting to see this, and the 324 and the 399, who I believe were our top qualifying AM cars, they have a good maybe 10 cars between them and their nearest competition.
Sorry to interrupt, Liv. We've got a bit of a fight developing for P3 in GTP. We had Norbert Tamas getting an excellent run down towards Canada corner on Jan Curbs, but just overshot Canada a little bit. Curbs was able to cut back to the inside and retake the lead on the run up to Bill Mitchell Bend. But this is a battle that has been promised to us for the last 3 laps or so, and it is only now that the 55 is starting to take advantage of the pace of that Porsche, having a little peek to the inside of turn 1, not necessarily going for a move, but just letting Jan Curbs know that he is there and looking to get by. A wise old head on the shoulders of Jan Curbs, though. He's been doing this a very long time. Norbert Tamas, also a very talented and fast driver. But here's going to be one of the best opportunities for that Porsche to get by that Cadillac. Curbs moves to the middle of the track a little bit, makes Tamas make that choice, but no, then holds the inside. Tamas, though, dives down the outside on the brakes, overcooks it once again, though, takes a trip through the gravel, and Curbs places his car perfectly, doesn't outbrake himself at all, gets to the inside of the track, and the gap reopens to 1.3 seconds. Experience outweighing talent on that particular occasion.
Again, we talked about it when we saw an overtake on the inside, I believe, from the 33 car in the first segment of this race. You've got to be very confident on the brakes into that corner. You've got to really trust that the car is going to stick and the tyres aren't going to lock. And unfortunately for Norbert Tamas there, not so fortunate there on the outside line. Got to try and carry it so much deeper to not just clear on the exit, but or to hold the outside, but clear on the exit. which is so much more difficult to hold the outside line in turn 6 under that bridge. And if the car inside even has a nose there, they are going to be able to dictate that corner and probably just make the move straight back immediately. So I had to really go for everything to try and make the outside line work. Wasn't to be this time, but a great job with that rally crossing to bring the car back in ahead of the 51, and more importantly, in one piece, not finding any contact. And we'll start into them, it's down to 55, but that will just be one taken off for the 55.
Jan Curbs then have to get a little bit offline into turn 3 to try and get by the number 264 of Marcel Beck. And despite that little off-track excursion, Norbert Tamas not really losing too much time, only a second back at the moment, and very much the faster driver at the moment. Will be frustrated with himself for outbraking the car at turn 5, not a lap ago. So we'll be looking to have a little bit of a redemption for that one, as Curbs is going to come up to a little bit of traffic again in this next sector. Might be able to clear this mini kink without having too many issues from the Audi of Edwin Forsland. Moves to the inside of turn 8. Gets clear of that GT3 by the apex, but Tamas is going to have a nice normal run through there. Gap now 0.4 of a second. Tamas forced to the outside of the carousel, eating up all of that dirty air. A little bit of a puff of smoke from, I believe that's Hugo Preto, who's just had a bit of an off. So Jan Curbs with all the momentum right now in the slipstream of that 7. Overtaking opportunity coming. Side by side through Kettle Bottoms is going to put a car between him and Norbert Tamas, who's been coming like a freight train on these last few laps. But more GT traffic getting involved as Jan Curbs moves up to P2. Is Preto going to manage to clear that GT? No, he's not, but Tamas looked to the outside. Maybe a little bit of contact between the two there. No, Tamas actually slotted in, as both GTPs are going to be forced around the outside of a GT into the final corner. Is Tamas going to be presented with an opportunity into turn 1? It doesn't look like he's close enough, but Liv, we're coming through traffic for the second time in this restart.
And the traffic was what put the 7 out of rhythm. Tried to take the outside line in the carousel is really the best place to make the move as a prototype. You just have that additional aero to run that line. But the GT was kind of in the middle, maybe? They tried to send it, just overcooked it on the outside line, went into that gravel, and that's why they had no momentum coming through the kink and into Canada.
Oh, Jan. Oh, what a bit of driving from Jan Curbs there to get down the inside of both of those GT3s and retake the racing line into turn 5.
Oh, here comes Tamas.
In the background, Tamas gets the better exit. They're 3 wide into turn 6. Tamas thinks better of it, backs out of that move on Hugo Preto, who was very aggressive in his defense there. Tamas, I'm sure, not going to be happy with that one, feeling a little bit hard done by. Preto defends the inside, trying to get past that GT3 and defend from the car behind. But Tamas is going to get that better exit once again, and it's pushing that Cadillac through Carousel Corner. The Cadillac is going to have to back up on exit, but Tamas to the outside, looking for a way around the Corvette, but the Corvette taking the racing line. It's now going to come down to the kink. Preto squeezes through on the BMW, but can't get the exit. There was a Ferrari in the way there, but Tamas coming up with the same issues, and it's the traffic management that is really stealing this battle away from us right now.
And I don't know how there wasn't contact and how there wasn't a horrendous wreck coming through the kink there. The number 7 driver, Hugo Preto, just slotting in perfectly between 2 GT cars. A lot of give required from everyone involved, but they managed to keep it put in the right direction. But they're not done yet. There's still about the entire top 12 of the GT field for them to try and make it through. We're going to focus on this battle because they are really giving everything at each other, and we're going to have a group here coming down into turn 5. We saw Jan Curbs go 3 wide into turn 5, 2 wheels on the grass. Is that going to be required again, or the GT's going to stay single file? A big flash of lights to tell them, hey, stay in your lane, we are coming this way. But Tamas has the run, has the slipstream, is going to go to the outside again and try it this time on the number 7, but judges it probably can't make it happen, and now is the dive to the inside. There's no 3 wide this time. Oh, and there's contact! And they glue together a little bit, and Tamas is going to sit the outside line and make the move up into 3rd. And now try and chase down the wall again.
Yeah, you talked about it earlier, Liv, how you can get the exit from turn 5 and get that nose in for the inside of 6 and kind of control the corner. Tamas played that to perfection, gave Preto no choice but to hang it around the outside on that outside line and just gave himself, in that number 55 car, the better run through the corner and is going to bookmark himself past 2 GT3s and force Preto to check up. That gap already up to a second. Another brilliant bit of traffic driving from one of these prototypes as Norbert Tamas now moves up into P3 and the gap to Curbs, it's actually already 3 seconds. So Curbs are really taking advantage of these two fighting and getting involved with that traffic and really starting to pull away. 5.9 seconds is the gap at the head of the field though.
And they're not quite done with traffic here yet. They're gonna have maybe 5 more cars to clear, but they're spread out to the point where it might not be too much pressure for the 55, and actually the Valorous duo behind the lead car, the number 51 of Luke Smith, is maybe going to be lurking. It's basically on within a second of Hugo Preto, but the traffic's not quite playing. They have to wait for another the next time around to try and close that gap in the end.
Well, speaking about traffic, there is a bit of a fight going on into turn 1. It is a Ford civil war between Antoine Boss and Zachary Livengood, that Lithium Motorsports car, making that step up to the pro class for this season in the Ford Mustang GT3. A bit of damage on the front of that Ford Mustang though, as he's trying to get past Boss in front, but just gets a little bit checked up through turns 1 and 2, drops back a little bit and is now coming under a little bit of pressure from Bennett Parsons. But there's still that little bit of a fight happening, well, up and down the field at the moment. Livengood dropping back from the 291 for now, but this is where the Ferrari is really going to come into its own. That mid-engined, well-balanced, almost designed like a prototype GT3 is going to fly through this middle sector. As good as the Mustang is, she's a little bit clunky. She's got a little bit too much weight over the nose, so isn't as agile or nimble as the 296. So Bennett Parsons going to try and look for a way through as there is traffic coming through this fight as well. Boss has done a great job to pull away from Livengood in this last lap or so. Dirty Egg getting in Parsons' way at the moment, just having to check up a touch, but it's not killed his momentum too much. See his foot flat to the floor on the exit of Carousel. That damage not helping Livengood right now, as he's going to be a little bit down on top end speed and corner speed, and this could be the opportunity for Parsons. Parsons to the inside of Kettle Bottoms. They are side by side coming into Canada corner. Parsons squeezed a little bit to the outside, goes onto the gravel, forced a little bit there by the line chosen by Zachary Livengood, and Livengood will fight, will live to fight another day, as Parsons is now coming under pressure from Joe Mugford in that 242 Ferrari. It's Ferrari versus Ferrari versus Ferrari right now, as the Carbono Esports Porsche squeezes through to try and get some of that track position.
And just flicking back to our Battle GTP for a second, the traffic is cleared up, but the Valorous 51 is now right on the back of the number 7. Nothing to look at just yet, so we'll keep an eye on this battle, especially involving this row of Ferraris as they are side by side as turn 1. A little bit of door banging between the Hydro race car and Joe Mudd from the TMR 242. Train of 3 Ferraris and now a Corvette joining the party behind as well.
Ooh, a little bit of a wiggle on corner exit for Joe on the exit of turn 3, which may have checked up his exit just a little bit and might present Bastings with another opportunity. But Ono Bastings has to look backwards to that American Ferrari, but Bastings has actually gone to the inside of turn 4. He's looking for a way down the inside of the 242, but can't find it on this particular occasion. But Mugford just that little bit deep into 5, and it's going to present an opportunity for Bastings to get side by side into turn 6 on the advantageous inside line that we've seen all race long so far. Mugford all over the exit curve and is going to lose that position, but could be presented with another opportunity later on in the lap. But for now, the 262 moves up to what I believe is 18th in class. So a strong, decisive move from Ono Bastings in the Racing Forces car to put Mugford another position down and leave him under pressure from Andre Villela in that almost Braun GP looking Corvette. A lot of power under the hood of that Corvette, that big V8 pushing him down the straight. Another car that's going to be looking for an opportunity on this Ferrari. Nothing presenting itself into Canada corner though. This train of 4 GT3s continues to make its way towards the start-finish line to finish another tour. No overtaking opportunities really presenting themselves in this final sector, but of course we do have a big long straight coming up. You can see how Mugford's managed to get back up onto the back of that Ferrari, but we have switched our focus to a little bit of a fight that appears to be happening in the GTP class. I did just see the number 2 actually pass the number 74 for for what I believe is P8. Artis Pads has already lost now 2 positions this lap and is looking really slow, perhaps a little bit of damage or just a little bit out of rhythm, but he's not looking up to speed at the moment.
Unfortunately, we got bad news in that battle for 4th in the GTP field. It looked like a bit of a disconnect for the driver of the Project Valorous 50. They've gone back to pit lane. They're going to have to sit through the show time, and then they've got another driver ready to go, Andreas Hauser, but a lot of ground to make up over there. I'm not sure exactly what the issue was for Christoph Schur.
Side by side in GT3 once again though. I'm trying to figure out which car that was. In fact, in doing that, I've just flicked our way to another fight for track position, as Daniel Zajtek has just got down the inside of Carlos Ruiz. Interestingly, that is an inter-class fight. They're not even in, one is pro, one is AM, and the AM car has just made a move on the pro car and taken that track position. Carlos Ruiz not looking too quick at the moment, but just a moment for now, trying to follow this fight. Trying to figure out who we're looking at. The Writer Engineering car, I believe, try and follow that one as they run down towards Canada corner. V10 in the back of that Audi, V8 twin turbo in the back, V6 twin turbo even in the back of that that Ferrari. Of course, the same engine in the back of the Ferrari 499P hypercar. But that big scream from the Audi R8 is all we can hear as we watch these two fight. Opportunity to overtake coming up at the end of the start-finish straight, but that Audi doesn't look close enough at the moment. Let's see if Slipstream helps him out. Liv, you talked about how big an effect Slipstream has. Are we perhaps going to see an opportunity present itself this lap?
Maybe not into turn 1. It depends how good of an exit you can get out of turn number 3 if you can close up in this opening sector. Turn 1, turn 3, don't ask why, but then it doesn't look like they're going to be quite close enough unless there's a big mistake on the exit from the Writer Engineering car. That feels like it's at arm's reach, and I think the option might be, as second, third and fourth these things have been doing for the past few laps, is sit in formation, do a little bit of fuel saving, and see if that can help you make a jump in an overcut at the end of the stint.
Well, I've been looking at the average pace of these two cars. The 276 is about 0.8 of a second faster per lap than the 241 at the moment. So I'm thinking perhaps the Writer Engineering car has recently made an overtake on the 241 in the last couple of laps or so, and that's why they're so close together on track. Race cars.
Very much could be. And in that situation, you can try and strike back, but I'd imagine you're probably more thinking do a bit of fuel save, as we have, I believe, our first scheduled pit stop. And it's number 74 GTP car, was running P10 in class, but comes down pit lane after 49 minutes of this race, probably about 35 of green flag running, and they will be the first car to take service and get back out there, and we'll see where they slot out. So I believe that's a driver swap as well for that team.
Yeah. That's the car that was really struggling towards the back end of that stint, losing 3 places in 1 lap. It's one of the other Writer Engineering cars and co. So the 74, I think that might be an early pit stop for these guys to get in, swap the driver out, get a fresh set of tyres on and crack on. So there might have been a little bit of damage. There might have just been struggling on tyres. Track temp up at 34 Celsius, 94 Fahrenheit. So it's not really somewhere I'd expect the tyres to be struggling, but again, that can be quite setup dependent, and if you're running some really aggressive cambers and really aggressive suspension, it's really not going to help your tyre life.
If we could flick to this battle for P2 in GT3 Pro, I think it's a very interesting formation and not quite close to make a move, but the 210 has been looking I think they might be going out of fuel save mode and now thinking, can I clear this car and start to make headway towards the 206, who was currently streaking away, gained 6/10 on that last lap
I
to
think
this
that's
group.
helped by the fact that it looks like Winston Eccles got some damage to the front left corner of that car. So maybe hitting another GT3, perhaps having a bit of contact with the prototype. We don't know. We'll have to ask at some point, but that's...
It's been there for a number of laps, but I'd imagine that's probably the frustration of the two cars behind. They can tell that it's a little bit slow in a couple of places. They want to try and capitalize on that, but if it's fast in the right parts of the track, if it's a lower downforce trim, of course it's Ferrari versus Lamborghini. Maybe the straight line advantage is a little bit too powerful, but here comes the Lamborghini, gonna try and maybe make something happen into Canada corner, but it's so difficult to dictate the line through here. The lead car has 3 or 4 apexes that they can kind of use to cover the entire track, moving left to right to left, and really they are following the race in line. They're going from corner to corner, so it's not much of a block. But here we go, trying to set it up out the final corner, and not the best run, but we'll see if the slipstream can do anything. Less than 3/10 the gap right now.
Yeah, a good exit from that corner from Winston Eccles might be enough to hold on at least into turn 1, but that Lamborghini of Charlie Nilsson is looking like he wants by, and wants by soon. We'll have to see how that damage is affecting Eccles' performance mid-corner. Seems to just be a lot better at placing his car than Nilsson behind. Nilsson really seeming to be struggling to extract much more pace out of that car right now. So perhaps needs to just take a breath, a little bit of a mental reset, and focus on where he's putting that car, as that is one of the XPD Racing Acuras coming through, streaking past all 3 of them, and is going to give a little bit of slipstream to Eccles, which should help him hold on for another lap. But Nilsson just having a peek to driver's left and is going to have a go on the brakes down the inside of turn 5, where we've seen so many moves made so far this race. Is going to get it stopped and push Eccles just onto that rumble strip on the outside. Preferred line for Nilsson into 6. Does make that move work, and Eccles has to slot in behind and will maintain the position ahead of John Derek for now. But this is going to provide a good opportunity for Derek to get by, as Eccles is going to have to fight with dirty air and that little bit of damage, but a very decisive move from Nilsson in that Lamborghini to take P2 in class. 8.4 seconds to the leader. Can he hunt it down?
And more importantly, can the number 19 fend off John Derek, who's been sitting behind very patiently, hasn't really looked for a move on the Lamborghini of RPM Racing. I think has known that that car is maybe the fastest of the pack, wanted to let that car make work on the 219, who we know has that little bit of damage, and then maybe after that was trying to pit the way through following to turn 6, but that door was firmly closed, and they didn't have to make the move happen on their own. And again, with that car ahead now having that little bit of slipstream as well. Dirty air, yes, but when you're overtaking someone, you do it on the straightaways, and there the car ahead is definitely an advantage for the 219.
Yeah, I do feel like Nilsson's now going to have a really nice advantage to Eccles, although not getting such a good exit from that final corner. Gap down to a 10th of a second between Nilsson and Eccles. Look at the straight line speed on Eccles though. Nilsson's having to defend into turn 1 because Eccles is looking for a move. I don't know how much damage that Ferrari has, but oh, on the grass on the inside. A little bit of opposite lock to catch that car from going into a spin. Eccles having to drop back a little bit just to make sure he doesn't put that car into the barrier, but only, again, 0.2 of a second back on Nilsson. But Derek a little bit closer behind than he has been, but the speed of that 296 in Eccles' hands at the moment on the straights alone, even with that aero damage, is absolutely unbelievable. Ooh, just, I think, misses his braking point a little bit, but he's able to get it all gathered up. He's going to have your overall race leader, Randy Mateos, to deal with in this next sector. So just a little bit some extra to think of in the middle sector. It's just going to slow Eccles down just a touch relative to Charlie Nilsson. And it might present Derek with an opportunity to get by. Not into turn 8, though. But let's see how much that... he's going to get a little bit more dirty air from Nilsson being this far back. So let's see how much that affects him coming through carousel. And if Derek can close up and look for an opportunity to get by, 0.9 between Eccles and Nilsson. So just a touch of slipstream, but we've seen how fast that SimRace Sweden Esport Pro car is on the straights. Derek behind 2/10 is actually dropping back a little bit. So again, I don't know where that straight line speed is coming from in that 296, but none of the other Ferraris seem to be able to keep up with him, as that's Jan Kurbs in P2 looking for a way by all over the grass on the way into Bill Mitchell Bend. A very decisive move from the prototype driver, from your previous season champion, to get by these two. And it is making decisive moves like that, putting your car at risk, that is the sign of a champion. But he can't do that too many times, because one day his luck's going to run out.
Yeah, you saw that the 244 was kind of taking that outside line and holding onto the left-hand side. The 219 wanted that apex to open up Bill Mitchell Bend on that uphill left-hander. And Jan Kurbs said, no, I wanted that space, actually, thank you very much. And yeah, very fortunate, I think, in some ways, to get over those bumps and not have that incident. But drivers like this will have run this track in multi-class for hundreds and hundreds of laps.
Yeah.
And so they'll have been in that situation a couple times before. They'll have cut that grass a couple of times before, and they'll know that that lawnmower is going to stay nice and unscathed in nine times out of 10 through there. A bit deep from the 219 here, and is that going to let the 244 get the nose inside? Yes, it is. And actually, the 219 isn't going to try and fight that one at all. It's going to back out well before turn 6 and try no single file. But who's that behind? Here comes Hugo Pressler in the number 7 GTP. And they're under pressure now from the train coming through to lap them for a third time in this race.
Yeah, smart bit of heads-up driving from Eckel to just lift off and let that move happen. Knew that he couldn't fight it because he'd been in that position before where he had that inside line taken off him. So just decides, you know what, I'm just going to let you go through, and I'm going to wait until I get my damage fixed, and then I'm coming back through. That shows the sort of confidence that a driver has in his ability and his machine, as we do have one of the Corvettes off in the background there, to know that he can just back off, let cars go, and once the damage is repaired, he knows he'll be able to have at least an opportunity to get back onto the back of him and get back into position. Because don't forget, the SimRace Sweden esports car in the hands of Winston Eckel is the car that was leading the majority of this race before the red flag. So yeah, if I'm in their shoes, I've got that confidence in myself as well.
And it's very important to carry that confidence into a race. And obviously it's very difficult to hold that through the sort of chaos and setbacks and the hour cooling off period that we had during that red flag. But it seems like that driver still very certain that when needed he can make those moves happen and doesn't have to fight tooth and nail to defend every single position. And remember, still holding on to P4 in class, that is not a shabby effort at all. Less than 10, I think just about 10-12 seconds off the class lead. And you know, we have, as we get to about the hour mark of this segment of the race, we have 9 hours 40 left. Plenty of time to beat up 12 seconds, you'd think.
Exactly, a very wide line into turn 5 from Winston Eckel. You'd think that one would be an off-track or a slowdown, because I do vaguely remember iRacing updating the track limits down there to make going really wide there a slowdown. Right? No? Am I going crazy?
I would have thought so too, but I did see this a few weeks ago in competition, that it seems like you can push that further than I thought. And yeah, I typically dip like 2 tires over that curve, but it seems like some are going all 4 to really try and open up that turn 5.
Yeah.
You need to make sure to avoid the gravel, but then you can sort of cut out. It's similar to what we saw on Wednesday, coming to turn 6 of Chicago Street Course. That little cut out of the wall, you got to treat the gravel basically the same way, but then you can swing it out wide, go all the way to the limit of what's allowed, and then it helps just open up that corner, carry out a little bit extra speed. And again, focus on the exit, because if you can get to the inside, that's crucial, as through the GTP field, it looks like the second right engineering car, as well as number 7 Photos Racing car, they are going to kick off the true pit cycle in the GTP class as we hit 1 hour in this segment of the race.
Yeah, 60 minutes into the race, the current race session, probably only about 50 minutes or so. No, it would be less than that, 40 minutes or so into actual green flag running. Up on the jacks goes Hugo Preto. It is going to be a tyre change and a driver change, which is interesting. I guess that counts as a double stint completed for a lot of these drivers. So it'll be the time where we're making these choices to get new drivers in the car. Hendrik Ibsen also in the number 2 car. So a swath of driver changes being made up and down the field.
And if I can interrupt real quick, it looks like the number 70 Race 2 Esport GTP miscalculated their number a little bit, pulled off track on the exit of Canada corner and is towed back to pit lane. I think, if I had to guess, that must be having a little bit less fuel than they realized, having to take that tow, and that is going to cost them probably a lap just from a miscalculation of half a litre. But that's the sort of margins these teams are trying to run to, and that is an example of what happens when it all goes wrong.
So just up to the start of the pit stop cycle for the GTPs. Jan Curbs is probably going to be one of the cars due in next, and he's being chased down by Norbert Tamas. But whilst this is happening, we are looking at a fight for position in GT3. It is a 3-way fight as they come through the mini kink. I believe that's going to be Alex Pilbeam and Nicholas Vincent being followed by Malte Johansson. I almost went for Jakobsen though. That's a completely different guy. 3 Ferraris nose to tail through the carousel to try and make up some positions on each other or even save some fuel. In fact, Alex Pilbeam is currently leading the GT3 AM class and is separating Reiter and XPD Racing from their pro car competitors. So will Pilbeam keep his car in this position? Is he going to start letting some of these guys by to you know, let them fight each other so he doesn't have to worry about them? That is the decision that Pilbeam and the team are going to have to make. You can see on the battle for first in class in the bottom right corner there, showing Pilbeam highlighted in white, demonstrated as a separate class to the 2 cars that he's currently enthralled in a fight with. So many Ferraris out on track. Is this like 4 or 5 in a row? It's 4 in a row with an Audi tucked up behind this one. Wow, it shows how much faith a lot of these guys have in any of the other cars.
I estimate 30 to 40%. I think it might be more than that actually. Running this Ferrari, you come with the very bottom level of icing all the way to the top, and there we go. That's 1 car through. A little bit of an aggressive move, but I think Alex realizing it's not too worth fighting. Obviously doesn't want to slow down massively. You don't want to check up to let people through because you're still in a fight. You've still got your competitor less than 8 seconds down the road. You want to try and protect any time you can and stay well within this keep advantage of the slipstream, but also knowing not to take the risk when there is a car that very much wants past. Here comes the overall leader again, knock, and it'll be side by side with the Ryder Engineering car that's just come through, and now into turn 6 is going to just about clear, or go side by side with at least, the virtual drive by Thrustmaster driver of Nicholas Vincent. And
flashes those lights in frustration as well at having to go side by side through turn 6 with your overall race leader on a full tank of fuel and cold tires, I might add.
I'm sure they weren't thrilled about it either. It's the thing I'd say. You don't have that little bit of give and take, but
yeah,
if that helps vent the frustration out and keep you focused on your task at hand, then I get it. There's not really much harm. It's always, I think, helpful in a race like this to have the teammate in the call to just rant at sometimes if someone's been a little bit silly, or if you're just in an unfortunate situation, because you need to keep that confidence in yourself, as we were talking about. Here's the 2 Ryder cars, nose to tail. I'm sure they'll be friendly to each other.
We'd hope so.
But you need to have that confidence in yourself, and if that means that you use any racing driver excuse in the book to put it on anyone else, at least for the span of your stint, I say go for it.
Yeah, 100%. Anyone who knows me knows that when I'm in the cockpit of a car, I'm a completely different person. I can get frustrated about stuff, but typically I'll just shout about it once, and then that'll be it. You just need to get it out your system so that you can crack on and continue with what you're doing. Because it does suck when unfortunate things happen, where you get into maybe a bit of an incident or get blocked by a GT3, and it can really build that frustration. So having that way to vent it and be able to then crack on with what you're doing is so important. Like, we talk about driver mentality so much in the Champ Car broadcast.
You talk about driver mentality a lot.
Of course, yeah. But it definitely applies to this as well. This is driver mentality is just as important, if not more important, in an endurance race, more so than a sprint race.
Because it's team mentality as well. You've got to make sure that you keep the rest of your team going in those situations.
Yeah, I can't tell you the one time I had to really put a couple of drivers into line during a race. It's just a 6-hour race at Imola they were doing. I just happened to be watching them and kind of watched everything collapse in front of me. So I'll admit I had to give them a little bit of a dressing down. But, you know, after that, they rocked up to 2 IMSA endurance races in a row and won both of them. So sometimes having that check to be like, what do you think you're doing? Is this productive? Is so important, because it just keeps everything in line and in place and gives you the best opportunity to perform instead of getting distracted with pointlessness.
But of course, the best way is to never fall into that spiral to begin with. Again, we were talking about that 219 car, Eckel in the Sim Race Sweden Esports Pro, being very composed under a lot of pressure, having to defend with that damage, but knowing the straight line speed was there to defend, holding on to that for a very long time and keeping good track position, but knowing when the battle was lost, not overextending to try and claw onto it, just going, okay, I'll come back later in the race.
Oh, hang
I'll
on.
get this car fixed up. Oh my goodness, yes there is.
Julian Joy and Max Daliden going down into turn 1 side by side, 3 wide with some of the GT3s. Joy getting a bit of a better exit off turn 1, but has to check up a little bit because he doesn't quite have the space to make the move work. It's going to slot back into the slipstream of that Acura. The Porsches we've seen have a little bit of a straight line speed advantage over the Acuras in this race, but look at the exit that the 30's got from turn 3. He's going to be able to hold off that number 69 car for at least another lap as they come into the very twisty section of track, which is where we've seen that slightly higher downforce Acura really come into its own. But he is going to have a bit of traffic to deal with in this very twisty middle sector. So where's he going to have to check up? Where's he going to have to lift off and not be so aggressive? It's not going to be into turn 8 as he dives to the inside of the Sim Race Sweden esports car and, you know, gets that track position and leaves. It's Joy who's had to check up on exit. Joy not being presented with an opportunity as of yet. But, ooh, that Acura nearly going into the back of the Corvette. And is going to have to check up behind that Ferrari. So this could be the opportunity that Joy was looking for. Looks to the inside of Kettle Downs, or Kettle Bottoms even. Doesn't find it there, but is still behind Max Daleden, coming up towards Bill Mitchell Bend. It's going to be another GT getting in the way of the Acura as he sweeps to the inside. Bookmarks Joy behind, and Joy is going to have to wait at least another lap, and I'm sure he's going to be frustrated with the traffic he's just had to face.
Yeah, a very smart move there through Thunder Valley and Bill Mitchell Bend, but I think that move at turn 8 maybe a little bit too aggressive. I think what we saw from that, the GT3 really had to turn out of the corner and open up a ton of room, and that actually let the 69 car behind fill that gap very quickly. And the gap that he wanted to build by going for an aggressive move just didn't materialize in that moment. And then, obviously, with the slight check up into the team that followed from that, then the pressure was on. Great job to vent that pressure coming through the final sector, but sometimes being aggressive and forcing moves does just open the door for the car behind, who can carry the momentum a lot easier into the hole that you've punched. And it very nearly backfired for 30 there.
Yeah, it's split-second decisions in the GTP field that make the difference between life and death. Don't always come out in your best interest, but that's just the nature of racing. You have to make these decisions really quickly, and you have to commit to them. There is nothing worse than half making a decision, under-committing to a move, and just throwing confusion into the, not the on-track battle, but just the traffic management. Because if the GT3 doesn't know what you're doing, and you don't know what you're doing, everyone's going to be no one's going to be able to do the little predictions that their brains do as they're racing. Because obviously after you've got so much experience in these cars, you can almost predict exactly what's going to happen in front of you, and it's something you have to do to be able to be quick over the course of a race, because you can be rapid over the course of a lap, but if you can't do traffic management, then you can't race prototypes, because there's no real... You can't race top-class prototypes because there's no way to actually properly race these things without it being in a multi-class environment.
And not just you have to know your car, you have to know every single car in the field. If you are used to running against maybe GTEs that you might be a couple of years ago, and then suddenly you're 200 years and there's GT3s, you have to completely recalculate everything that you know, because you have to be able to see 15, 20 seconds into the future and know what the delta is going to be at a certain point. Are you going to be behind or alongside to clear into the braking zone? And that's not just on your pace, but also the pace of the other classes, and ultimately to a certain extent the paces of the other cars and the other drivers in that class. You might treat a GTP, GT3 field a lot differently in an official race compared to what you would do in a series like this, because you know that level of competition is a bit higher. You know that you're racing around everyone. You know everyone's very well practiced at this track. They're required to be to make their start. You've got to run a certain amount of free practice laps.
30 minutes.
And so you expect a lot more consistency. Maybe expecting that closing rate to be a second or two slower per lap. And over the course of one straight, that can be the difference between them getting a bad exit and you being clear into the braking zone, or them getting a good exit and you having to make quite an aggressive dive if you want to make the move happen.
Yeah, we just saw Patrick Gannon there, perhaps outbraking himself a little bit into turn 5, and thinking better of going into the back of the Ferrari in front, and just chose to take the little bit of tarmac on the outside of turn 5 to avoid a collision. A bit of heads-up driving from the 211 to stay out of that one. He knows he's got the pace over the car in front. He just needs to keep it clean, get in the slipstream, and really work on getting that move done. Put himself in prime position to do it. Only 4/10 back on Eckel. But again, that car we know is really fast on the straights. So it's going to be difficult for Gannon to get by into Canada corner. He's not quite close enough. He's just looking for Eckel to make a small mistake, either coming through 1 or 3. But it does look like, Liv, we've got some pit stops starting to happen in the GT3 field.
And that is our GT3 leader, XPG Racing GT3, who comes down onto pit road. RPM Racing will follow. My question is, who has saved fuel in that slipstream? You know, who has? Winston Eckel has. Is an extra lap in that Ferrari, and that's not a car difference. They're in the same.
Hold on, Liv. We've got to fight in a GTP into turn 5. Yannick Gerards against Luciano Gomez. They are side by side on the run uphill into turn 6, which we've seen so many times before. Gomez having the advantageous inside line there. The 6 not able to do anything about that to defend. We know how good that inside line is, but they are going to get involved with a GT3 down into turn 8. The 6 looking to the inside a little bit to try and distract the driver of the number 7. Isn't going to make that happen, but now they've got a big, long, straight, flat, well, not straight, but flat out section on the run down to Canada corner. There's going to be a couple of GTs getting involved in this one. So who's going to have to check up? 7 pulls to the inside, gets past the Ferrari, get past the other Ferrari, as Gerards had to just check up a little bit for almost both of them and puts himself a touch offline into the braking zone. But look how much he's closed up under brakes. Gap half a second, and they've got 2 long straights to come. Can Gerards make that same move he did into turn 5 on the next lap? He might need a little bit of traffic to make that happen, and he may get that, as we're going to have GT3s coming out of pit exit that may get in Gomez's way, but we're going to have to wait and see as Gomez pulls out of the slipstream of that 222 car with Kevin Sufro still on board after that crash. And here is the GT3 traffic. Here are the cars on cold tires and full tanks of fuel that are going to get involved in this fight. Big checkup from the 7 on the exit of turn 1 as Gerards goes to the outside of turn 3. Can't make it stick. Has to try and get the move done into turn 5, but look, he's already 2 or 3 car lengths back as Gomez is going to have to run all the way down into turn 5. Gerards pulling to the inside of that Ferrari. the slipstream, not enough to put him into position, and he's going to have to wait for another lap. Brilliant bit of heads-up driving from Gomez just to block off that move into 3 and stay ahead.
Yeah, had the car half alongside, and that's honestly in that corner the worst place to be. You know you can't make the outside line stick, and the fact that that car was parked there meant that he couldn't turn in early and go for that switchback, had to wait for the 7 to enter the corner and then follow, and that just meant that the gap was broken up. We know, and the GT goes to the outside line there. The 7 misjudged it, goes off, managed to avoid the barrier. The 6, also, yeah, the 6 sees what happens, has that little bit more patience, but that's got to be a ton of frustration at that 211 car, because that's not what you expect a GT to do there. Normally a GT's hood the inside, that's the only place they can find pace, and the prototypes, they can make the outside line work. The 211 tries to be accommodating and actually does the exact opposite to Luciano Gomez.
Yeah, and that's it. That is the highlight of what you need to do in multi-class racing. It's all about being predictable. The second you drive in an unpredictable manner is when things start to go wrong, and unfortunately, Gomez was very much on the receiving end of that one. Off the track on the outside of the carousel. Fortunately for him, keeps it out of the barrier, but that is a big time loss. 5.4 seconds back on the car. He was fighting for position only a lap ago. Yannick Gerard's just picking his way through a little bit of traffic through turn 3, but of course there'll be frustration inside the cockpit of that number 7. Another fight that I've just had having a look at on track again in GTP even. Car number 13 and car number 5 just a little bit nose to tail in that middle sector. I think an overtake did just happen between these two, but we didn't quite catch it. It's actually the sister car of the 6, I believe, that we've just seen. Well, I say make that move, but just slid by the 7. Yeah, the 5 has just made a move into turn 5 and is starting to pull away from Roman UTL, who's still on board that number 13. So great move into turn 5. And unfortunate for Roman to not really have the pace to hold on to P5 for the moment. A lot of 5s and 6s in that one. That fried my brain a little bit. Goodness me.
Back to this GT3 pit stop that seems to have just ended, and I think the THLF car went for a bit of an overcut, but had a long stationary time in the box to take on that extra couple of liters of fuel. Actually ended up right at the tail end of this train, got swept around the outside of turn 1 as they were trying to defend on pit exit, and then the car behind, the AZL Motorsport white car, just tucked up the inside into turn 3 and set off. They're still in that warm-up phase, and Bennett Parsons really struggling, I think, to hold on to this train ahead, given the cold tyres. But actually, looking further ahead, the 220's not done with just one car. Wants to make the move on the 399, who again is an AM car, and they are going to back out of it, I think, quite sensibly, and hope that the pace of this 220, who's clearly on a charge. And was that a driver swap for that team? No. And just Felipe Vela still in that car for a second stint, but has very good pace, and Drew Glover is going to sit behind, hope that this car, and of course the Smurf Racing 291, can pull them forwards to Tom Bryant in that HWT car, which has had a driver swap at that last stop.
A good move from the 220 down the inside of the Canada corner to make that stick as well. Tricky braking zone if you're on the racing line, never mind if you're a whole car width further towards the inside. So Valela, with a great bit of pace right now, is closing up to the back of Bastien Vio in that the 291 Ford Mustang with that huge window banner, lacking a little bit of pace through the last couple of corners. Left himself extremely vulnerable on the run down to turn 5, but we are just looking at a battle in GTP right now. I believe that is for the, that's for the last step of the podium. I think Jan Curves has had a little bit of an off in the last few laps or so, because Norbert Tamas was a second and a half behind him, but is now 3.4 seconds in front. I might have to have a chat with them later to find out what happened, but Curves having to defend from, in fact, it's that car that's a lap down. I think that's Alberto Blasco a lap down, isn't it?
Yeah, that is the car that was involved in that incident the first time through traffic that just caught the left front tyre on that spun car ahead, lost 4 laps, and is trying to get something back, but you think that Yankov is not gonna want to hit it for a second. Is focused very much on the task at hand ahead, trying to catch back up to Norbert Tamas, and of course the leader in that 96 car, Randy Martin and Mateus. The close battles we seem to have are for 4th place, a bit of a nearly 3 car pack in the GTP field, and then 2nd and 3rd in GT3 Pro are also nose-tailed. John Derrick has made some great moves through the field, but I think again, in a little bit of a fuel save tango here, as it's I think a lot more powerful having the draft in the GT3s. The GTPs having the hybrid system, being a little bit more efficient. The draft power not necessarily as important. You can get a lot out of lift and coast. In these cars, you need someone punching a hole in the air to make that work, really.
The driver that isn't done with making moves yet today is driver the number 5 Acura. Matthias Wheaton is now right under the rear wing of Sander Eric Tietz as they're picking their way through traffic, splitting a couple of Ferraris into Bill Mitchell Bend there. Very close for both drivers. Is just going to set Matthias Wheaton even back a little bit on the run up to the start-finish line. Very, very close between the traffic and the GTPs, as it just brings Roman Utiel back into it a little bit, but we're just focusing on this fight in GT3 for now, as I believe, trying to pick out who that is on...
That's THLF. The very distinctive livery in the background there.
Yeah, THLF.
If you're a fan of that team, you can spot that from a mile away.
Probably an Austrian team as well, because they have a massive Austrian flag.
Yeah, definitely Austrian-based, but drivers all around the world, and as we mentioned, I believe a Japanese driver still in that car after starting the race day. Yeah, Bennett Parsons from Japan. Well, he's running a Japanese license in iRacing. Still wheeling that thing, and they are 15th in GT3, 13th in their individual class, but with an AM car ahead, separating them from the cars ahead, and here comes the leader once again.
Ooh, the 96 just squeezing down the inside on exit. One of the safest places to do it as long as the GT3s are compliant, and both of them were. Drew Glover, though, under big threat from the 298 of Bennett Parsons on the run down to Canada corner. Parsons just peeking the inside, making sure that Glover knows he's there, then just poked his nose to the outside. But there is this fight through the carousel that we're seeing in GTP. That's one of the Project Valorous cars. In fact, it's the fight I was talking about earlier. Sander Eric Tietz and Matthias Wheaton going through the kink, both flat out. No traffic in front of them to check them up. But on the run down to Canada corner, there will be a GT3 getting involved in this fight. Tietz goes to the inside and manages to sweep back to the outside to open up that corner again. Wheaton having to deal with that Ferrari mid-corner, and he's going to have to deal with one of the Simrace Sweden esports car through Bill Mitchell Bend, and he's going to hate that because he needs to be flat out for pace through that corner as the gap opens back up over a second, and Sander Eric Tietz holds on for another lap. Oh, but in the fight in GT3, one of the Fords has just gone off at turn 1, and Bennett Parsons is going to move up another position, but is still putting the position, the pressure even on Drew Glover.
Yeah, just turned in a little bit too early for that Ford, caught 2 tires on the inside sand. I had a bit of a slide, caught it very well, but that has dropped them down a good couple of positions. The THLF car, I think they're patient, but further ahead, they're side by side through 5. The 220 trying to squeeze up the inside of 213, nearly contact. But he's going to have the nose in the inside turn 5. Actually, the 213 is really going to try and defend that, but it's going to run wide. I think just too much pressure coming from the 220 and falls down 3 positions behind that THLF car class, as well as Drew Glover, who was just sat here, I'd say being a nuisance to the cars around, but entirely within his right. He has a race going on. He's trying to charge down towards the 324, which is slowly closing in after that driver change, and the rest of the field has to try and get around him if they want to get to the cars ahead of them.
Yeah, of course, gold-rated PEC drivers allowed in the AM class, but of course can only do about 25% of the race. So really good bit of driving from Drew Glover to hold on for now, but Parsons looking to the inside of Canada corner again. Not going to be late enough on the brakes to make any form of move work, but it's just keeping that pressure on Drew Glover. It's indescribable what it feels like to have a car weaving around behind you and filling your mirrors with anything other than empty space. And Parsons is doing a great job to keep that pressure on as Glover pulls to the inside, perhaps letting Parsons through, or maybe a little bit loose on exit, but these guys are going to play a bit of blocker as some GTPs are going to come through. They have to sweep to the right towards that wall to get by. In fact, this is that Sander Eric Tietz and Matthias Wheaton fight that we were watching earlier on. Oh, there's been an off. That's one of the Porsche 963s. The number 70 has gone for a spin after miscalculating their fuel, has now gone round at turn 1, and it's going to lose even more time relative to the rest of the field. Very well driven for the other GTPs to get around that, but that could have been close.
And it looked like that was the car on the inside trying to fend the lap from the 51 of Valorous, and then just missing the apex with the GT3 ahead. Obviously, taking maybe tread around the outside, but the 51's already there, spins them around. I'm sure they are going to be furious about that. But I think fortunately not too much damage for them or for the DLR Sim orange car, which got caught up in the melee as well. Maybe a little bit on the rear, but not anything that should keep them completely out of the race. And they will both get going once again. But look at this pack in turn 8.
What a gaggle of cars! It's one of the Porsches. I believe it is one of the old firm racing cars having to check up massively behind 2 wide GT3s into turn 8. But look at that! The Porsche trying to squeeze down the inside of the Ford, and it's just going to let one of the Reiter engineering cars sweep right around the inside and cut to the inside of the kink and hold on to that position with ease. Was that for position as well, or was that the one squeezing on by? I couldn't really tell.
That was the one squeezing by the 70 that's a lap down. I'll just say it feels very clumsy the way they've navigated traffic this last lap from that 70.
Hey, you know what, Liv? That was the 2. That was the 2 getting by, and I think...
Oh, that's 2.
It would have been for position.
It was still not for position, but it was the 2 and not the 1. My apologies.
Yeah.
Oh my god, and they've had a...
The race 2 esports car, I believe, has just gone round at the final corner and taken Matthias Wheaton's with it. Was it Matthias Wheaton's?
Yannick Gerard's in the number 6 car. The DLR Stimab white car. It looks like if we can get a replay of this,
it's a bit of
it might have been the 6 helping the 70 around, and that is a meatball for them. Here's the replay.
Just, I think, by the look of things, a case of 2 cars into 1 not quite working. The 6 just clipping a bit of netcode, clipping the right rear of the race 2 esports car as it moves over to the right to get around that THLF Ferrari. So just a miscommunication between the 2 cars, essentially, that sends both of them into the barrier and down pit lane for repairs. Well, saying that, the 70...
Don't look now, the number 5 car, the teammate, is trying to make a move on Project Valorous, and further ahead, the Rolling Go had an off at turn 8 as well.
So everything
this is non-stop for this team.
Oh, everything happening on lap 41 all at the same time. The fight between Tietz and Wheaton is resuming as they're actually starting to close down on Max Deleden a little bit, who is currently, in fact, he's gotten past... you know what, in everything that's happened, Roman UTL has managed to make his way back in front of both of these drivers, despite the fact having been passed by both of them about 5 or 10 laps ago or so. So I don't know how he's managed that, but really, really good driving from the driver of the 30 to go from, well, 5th, apparently, last lap.
Their last lap was a 57 compared to a 51 from the 13. But these two had a scuffle on lap number 40, I suppose. I'm not sure exactly where that happened. I'll go back and check.
But as this fight does resume, Tietz still in the lead.
Oh, of course. They were involved in the turn 1 incident with the number 70.
Of course, yeah, they both had to...
It was those 2 cars.
There you go, that answers that one. Memories of a goldfish, as.
Oh!
But the 51 just getting checked up behind a GT3. Matthias Wheaton's making the best of that situation to get the exit on the inside of the corner. They're going to be side by side on the run down to turn 5. The outside line, not the preferred one, into here. Wheaton is just going to back out and go for the cutback. We know the inside line works really well into turn 6. Tietz is going to defend that brilliantly as Wheaton keeps moving around, looking to fill that mirror with black and orange. isn't going to get by, but is going to have a really good run, as Teets may have to check up for that Lamborghini, but the Lambo is going to fill that inside line so that Wheaton can't take it even if he wanted to. But now we've got a little bit of GT3 traffic through the carousel. Can we all get through here cleanly without a GT3 making their way towards the outside line and potentially forcing one of our fighters off the track? Yes, we can. So that's Wheaton back into the slipstream of Teets on the run down to Canada Corner. Both of them closing down on Roman UTL once again, who is trying his best to stay in front and pull away from these guys who are going to start fighting really soon.
And what all this is doing is it's letting that top three, those podium positions in GTP, break away nice and cleanly. Traffic coming through Bill Mitchell Bend, gonna hold them up a little bit more and bunch these two up behind in the 51 and the 5. But it's 20 seconds between the Jan Corbs in the number 1 car and Matt DeLayden in the number 30 behind. That is a huge deficit to make up for anyone who wants to try and leapfrog onto the podium. Those top three keeping things nice and clean so far, and there's a long way to go, nearly 9 hours left, or more than 9 hours left, but if they can keep that up, they are in a strong position to just weather there's no pressure from behind right now.
Yeah, it speaks volumes to the absolute quality of drivers on board the 96, 55 and 1. The cream always rises to the top, and these three are the cream of the crop in PEC GTP. To be 28 seconds clear of P4 leaves a lot to be desired probably for the rest of the field, who'll be looking at that, scratching their heads and going, where have we lost all that time and how can we get that back? But it's the nature of endurance racing where that can be anything. It can be absolute pace, it can be in setup, it can be in traffic management, it can be in the incidents that these guys have got themselves caught up in. That Roman Uziel has actually managed to avoid for the most part so far, and is why he's back in front of these two for now. But there is a lot of racing and a lot of fighting still to go. And I believe the Octopus Racing Team Black 34 has been handed a black flag. Do we know what that might be for, Olivia?
I believe that might be for the incident that took out the I'm having a quick look. It is for an incident on the formation lap, it seems. When we were pacing for the restart, I didn't quite catch what happened, but that is what happened to them. They are already well out of the race. The Smurf Race Team 391 has a penalty for punting, and I believe they are a bit further up the field, a lap down on the rest of the GT3s already. But we're starting to see these racing control decisions come in. A lot to deal with on that initial restart, but now the focus has come back to making sure that these drivers are not overextending, are not using each other up too much. But goodness, we have a 4-car battle here in the GTP class, and there's got to be a lot of give to make this work without any incident.
Well, they've managed it so far with no issues. The only thing really getting in their way in recent minutes was that Race 2 esports car that was a lap or so down on this fight for position, getting himself involved, taking out one of the competitors, and also having that spin in turn 1 in front of these guys. But they've managed to keep it relatively clean within themselves, so I trust them to keep doing that as they come through turn 8 with that, I believe that's one of the virtual drivers' cars in the way there, the 299, Daniel Cruz. Julian Joy looking for a way by the number 5 through the carousel. Not really.
They were 3 wide for a second.
Yeah, the inside line very much the way to go, even in these GTPs. These aren't LMP1s. You can't run the outside against another prototype. But they do run down to Canada Corner once again. That Porsche tucked up well in the slipstream of the Acura in front. Opportunities looking like they're going to present themselves in the next lap or so, because Sander Eric Teets is right behind Roman UTL and Julian Joy right on the back of Matthias Wheaton. These battles really evolved a little bit on where they were a couple of laps ago. Previously it was Teets versus Wheaton, but now Teets and UTL and Wheaton and Joy.
Oh my. You know, I was quite a striking distance yet, but the 51 is probably the one closest, because remember, everyone else in this train has draft assistance. It's that car in the lead that's been hunned out to try. It's almost, if you imagine a plate race at Daytona, the 13's the one that has to punch that hole in the air, and I'm telling you, the 51 is not really doing any pushing. They're going to be doing some passing if they get the opportunity.
Yeah, fortunately for the 13, as much as they do have to punch that hole in the air, there are corners that need to be navigated properly in these sorts of cars. Big braking zones that he's got the opportunity to take advantage of what he can do with that left and right foot, assuming he's not right foot braking, but you never know. Just able to take advantage of what he can do in that car as he swings to the inside of the 315 in the little king. That's Olivia. Oh, there's contact between the 5 and the Ferrari, and Julian Joy jumps straight on that opportunity to dive down the inside of turn 8 and take that position and instantly become Sander Eric Tiet's next car that he's got to defend from. But really good bit of traffic management from Julian Joy to spot that situation happening and that opportunity opening up for him and taking it with both hands and moving straight up into P7, leaving Matthias Wheaton with his pants caught around his ankles.
And you've got to think the 315 and Daniel Madsen's asking, what did I do to anyone? Just hit on that right foot, does a great job gathering it up in the grass to make it a minor instead of a major one, but they are still fighting ahead with traffic.
Julian Joy with 2 very impressive picks in traffic. First one on Matthias Wheaton getting Doran, one of the Ferraris, and then Sander Tietz just picking the wrong side of a GT3 through Bill Mitchell Bend, and Julian Joy just keeping calm, picking the right line both times and taking advantage of both of those Acuras making mistakes. And now it's him who's closing down on Roman UTL. And maybe the car that's going to chase down Max Daladin at this point.
You got to think the 51 and the 5 were maybe throwing haymakers a little bit too much there, putting themselves at risk. And they are now the ones closest. They're 4/10 apart from each other, and they've got to try and calm it down, because I think they were both quite fortunate in that incident coming through Hurry Downs to not have a bigger incident than they did. But if they keep being this impatient with traffic and trying to force it 3 wide with GTs in places where going 2 is difficult enough, these cars could end up with a very lengthy pit stop, whether that's for race control reasons or whether that's for needing a new wheel reasons.
Hold on, Olivia. In all of that, we have missed a change for the lead at the front of the field. The fastest car in qualifying, the one that had to start in pit lane on the original start and then restarted in P8, try saying start 10 times fast, is now in the race lead. The number 55, Norbert Tamas on board, has recently passed Randy Mateos in that Acura to take the lead of the race. Fastest in qualifying, fastest in race trim. A great recovery in the first couple of hours to get that Magic Arrow car to the front of the field, and he is not looking back. 7/10 is the gap already.
Oh, and they're still fighting back in this pack, though. Julian Joy's right on the back of Roman UTL, but here comes Sander Tietz as well. Can't quite find a lane into turn 1, but this... we looked away from this battle for 2 seconds and they're still going at it, and oh my goodness.
That is a move around the outside. UTL taking advantage of all of the aero on the top side of that Acura to sweep around the outside of turn 1 on the Ferrari and carry all the momentum and keep everyone else pinned behind. A driver that's kept that head square on his shoulders through everything else that's happened. Makes one of the most aggressive moves I've seen in traffic all race. But never mind that, the number 5 is looking for a way past Sander Eric Tietz. Doesn't make it work into turn 5, but may get a run into turn 6. No, Tietz started a brilliant run off the apex of 5, and everything's just happened in the last 30 seconds or so.
Cannot look away from this battle for a second, so it just keeps going and going and going. And there's 3-4 GT cars ahead here. I'm sure they're gonna try and use some of those as a pick. While the camera says, I'm gonna quickly glance back. Okay, it looks like the lead battle is calm for a second. But here we go, he's able to get held up into the king to the front 2 to make it through. And it looks like that GT of who is that? That is the 240 is just slotted perfectly between those 2 groups. Not gonna get in the way, and now it's about who catches who into Canada and coming up through Thunder Valley. And it looks like the GT staying well to the side. but the front pack's getting held up by that Ford ahead, and then the BMW as well. Two very big cars that are stuck behind, and now it's a 4-car pack once again.
Yeah, UTL boxing himself in a little bit behind the Ford Mustang and having to split through the BMW as well. And that's just allowed these other three to close right back up again. But the fight hasn't stopped between Teets and Wheaton. Here comes Wheaton, looking to the inside of turn 1, but Teets is going to have all of the slipstream from everyone behind. Wheaton thinks better of it, tucks back into line, looking for another opportunity perhaps into turn 5, but look at this. Teets has closed onto the back of Julian Joy, who's starting to struggle a little bit in the dirty air behind UTL. So is this going to present an opportunity for Teets to squeeze on by? It doesn't, because Teets has had to check up on exit a little bit. And now it's Wheaton who's putting the pressure on. They're going to be 3 wide coming through turn 4. Side by side on the brakes for 5.
3 wide in the corner.
And they're going to be 3 wide on corner entry. They're still 3 wide. Teets comes off worse in all of that as Wheaton does make that move stick and is now putting that pressure straight on the back of Julian Joy, who is really struggling behind UTL now. What a move from Wheaton to make that move, like.
But the 51 is not giving up on this, already looking back into turn 8. Can't find the run, but he's going to try and find it through traffic here. What sort of traffic have we got ahead? A couple of GTs it looks like, but it thins out. A little bit of time to breathe, especially for Roman UTL and Julian Joy, and they're hoping that these 2 cars behind us get a triplet over each other and leave them to breathe for a bit.
Gives them a chance to breathe, gives us a chance to breathe. The 69 just getting a little bit checked up behind the Corvette in the middle of Canada corner, and the same is going to happen into Bill Mitchell Bend with an Audi. So it's giving UTL all of the impetus to just start eking his way ahead of these few cars. It's hard to say that UTL has been one of the faster cars in this entire pack, but he's got a little bit lucky with some of the traffic and has made some really, really smart and aggressive choices when he's needed to. But in all of this fighting that's been happening, look in the background there and look who's about to join this fight. Just blinking in and out of existence there is the number 2 of Hendrik Ibsen. So Ricer Engineering are getting back involved in this fighting, Olivia. And if this continues the way it is, this could become a 5-way fight for P5.
And I tell a lie, there is a lot of traffic here on this straight. I'm not sure if UTL will be able to clear all of them. He's certainly going to give it a go. And goes for a lunge into the braking zone. Gonna have to let 2x4 Matthias Whiteton behind and slot through, coming up into here. But this is a very tricky situation once again. And nobody even an inch. The number 5 car trying to just put 1 car in between butt marking, as you say. And that car is not going to stay through turn 8. The 51 goes for a big turn in, but the 211 does not want to give it up. It's in their own fight. There's a little bit of contact between the two, but I think they get away with it and blocks off the 276 in right into. We've just passed through quite a tight battle of P5 and GT3, don't forget. Battle of P5 across both classes, both of which involve multiple cars. And maybe, for the time being, we've got a little bit of breathing room in the GTP fight.
Well, this battle has just separated itself out a little bit thanks to that GT3 traffic. Julian Joy has been able to clear Matthias Wheaton by about a second, so the slipstream effect that everyone was taking advantage of, not so much available to them anymore. So it's going to be Wheaton and Teets and Ibsen that are going to be all over each other soon. But Julian Joy is starting to close that gap on Roman UTL now. No traffic between them. Nothing to hide, nothing for UTL to hide behind as he gets checked up into turn 1 by one of the, by one of the Pro GT3 cars, and it's now Julian Joy right behind Roman UTL into turn 3. This could be something on the run down to turn 5. It's nothing yet, but let's see what this Porsche can do. In fact, in all of that, the slow run that these two cars got through turn 3, it's allowed Wheaton to get back into this fight a little bit as well, and Teets is able to follow him through. So as quickly as the fight kind of spread itself out again, it's closed right back up, and oh, was that the Lamborghini there? Just getting between the two GTPs and making its own line through that corner, regardless of what was happening around him, as Wheaton was trying to look for a way down the inside of Joy as well. One of the Ford Mustangs, I think, getting in the way. No, it's one of the Audis getting in the way through the Mini King. In all of that, Joy's managed to get back on the rear end of UTL, but a little bit deep on the brakes into turn 8 around the outside of a Porsche. Hasn't really helped him out. But there's going to be no traffic on the run down to Canada corner for these folks to contend with. So what can Joy do? It's not going to be much. Then he might come under threat a little bit from Wheaton behind. In fact, he is. Joy's had an awful run off of the carousel, sorry, for that GT3, and is coming under massive threat from Wheaton, who's got those better brakes underneath him on that Acura ARX-06. So what can Wheaton do? He's a little bit clear even of Teats behind, so no pressure. All he needs to do is focus on the car in front. Joy looking in his mirrors. Don't start mirror driving now, because that's when you're going to start making the mistakes. Here comes Wheaton. Acura, a little bit of maybe a little bit of top end speed advantage. It mostly depends on setup. Picking up that slipstream all the way down the start finish straight. Joy picking up a little bit from UTL in front, but it's going to be turned into dirty air through turn 1. Who handles it better? I think that's going to be Wheaton, who's starting to close up a little bit more again. Through turn 3 they come now. Joy to the inside. Doesn't have to defend because it's not an overtaking spot, but Wheaton is looking like the better driver at the moment. 0.2 seconds, 0.1 second is the gap. UCL gonna have to avoid that Lamborghini in front, but we're focusing on what could be a move for P6. Wheaton doesn't have a look into turn 5. Joy is gonna survive another lap as the 222 gets well out of the way. But as I said, just as quickly as this fight spread out, it's gotten back close together again, Liv.
It certainly has, but one car that is not involved in this fight anymore is that number 2 car, the Right of Engineering second car, who was given a drive-through during that latest round of battling for an incident earlier in the race. And so it is just these 4 cars once in, or actually 3 cars, the 51, really struggling to hold on and maybe a little bit battle start, or maybe just trying to settle back into a rhythm after laps and laps of chaos. But these 3 cars still very much on top of each other, and there's going to be traffic here coming through Thunder Valley. Who's be able to navigate and who's get bottled up? Is Julian Jordan able to make it through? Yes, and that might give a little bit of breathing room for them on the number 5, who has to wait and do the cutback. But looking up here, this is the 211. This is a battle for P5 in the GT3 Pro class. You've got the other Right Engineering car, the 276 in GT3, chasing them down. It's Ferrari versus Chevrolet at the front, and here comes through that lap down Race G Sport car. Got caught in an incident a little while ago, and another one, a little bit of a door gave who the 211, and I think no love lost between the GTPs and the GT3s in this one. Definitely been making contact more than you'd like, but there is no argument. I was holding my line. I left space. You didn't. You know what racing drivers are like.
Yeah, well, trying to get a ton of Porsche stopped into a braking zone such as Canada corner can be tricky. The 211 just defending a little bit of the inside from Jack James as Alberto Blasco squeezes by right up against the pit wall. No opportunity down the inside of 1 for the 276 on this particular occasion, but we've got plenty more braking zones to come this lap where the Ferrari can try and close that gap up onto the American Ferrari. Both cars getting a really good exit, but here comes the slipstream effect. You said it yourself, Liv, very powerful in these cars. Could put Jack James in a position to make a move down the inside of 5, or if he plays his cards right, into 6. It all depends what sort of distraction he can throw at Logan Regione. Really close at the apex of 5. All depends on the exit, who gets the better exit from 5. It is going to be Logan on this time by, but James is still there. He is still tucked under the rear wing of that Corvette, looking for a way to get by. This is for 5th place in class, by the way, 12.5 seconds behind P4. So this all matters. Plenty of time to make that gap up. But Jack James getting impatient, wants to get by now. He is not playing it safe right now. He's really looking for that opportunity.
And as we focus on this battle, a couple of cars now in the GTP for their second stop of the race. Number 1, the number 69, the number 51, all making pit stops now. Looks like the rest of the lead field extending for a little bit. Actually, no, the 96 came in, or No, 96 is still out behind Magic Arrow. And it's the one who pitted from that podium battle. And then the 69 and the 51 who were throwing haymakers for a lot of that stint in that battle for 4th and 5th we were following. They're in a lap early, the rest of the field, and they're trying to overcut them and see what they can make happen. But for now, we're still focusing on these GT3s who are still in those tails and still have a long way to go until their pit stop. And it looks like we have a couple more joining the party here.
Fights developing then up and down the field, strategies evolving as the race goes on. The second pit stop cycle well and truly underway for the GTP field. In fact, I find it quite funny how quickly that second stint has gone. So the first one was a little bit of a drag. Looking at about...
We didn't have any time to breathe throughout any of it with how they were fighting.
Looking for about 25 or 26 laps a stint for these guys at the moment. But the one thing we're really focusing on right now is this fight between the 211 and the 276 Writer Engineering car. They are nose to tail coming down into turn 5, but Jack James just not quite able to get the momentum, but he does look and goes to the inside of the Corvette and just outbrakes himself. Contact between the two cars, and that's going to let, I believe it's that Felix Manazendo get by both of them. The XBD racing car just keeps himself clean and drives past both of them as if they're stood still. Maybe a bit of a clumsy move from James there, but he does get past the car he wanted to get past, but ultimately ends up in exactly the same position.
And if I were him, I'd be thinking, should I give that spot back to avoid the wrath of the stewards? The problem is, look who's also slightly between us, Dan Peppels in the Simrace Sweden Esports Pro 2 car, the 218. So if you want to return position to that 211 and try and avoid a drive-through penalty, which when was like 30 seconds at this sort of racetrack, it's going to be another 2 spots to give up. So you're going to go from second in this train to at the very back of it. And it does not look like, at least for the time being, that driver is going to do that. He thinks that is maybe going to be seen less unfavorably by stewards. Might be a bit of a racing deal, but we'll have to see what they decide.
Stewards room always having a very busy day in races like this. It's the beauty of live stewarding. That it's as difficult as it is. But in that pit stop cycle, we haven't seen a change of lead at the front, but we have seen a change of drivers in both cars. Balzar Tirosi has jumped on board the number 55, whereas the returning Julian Harmond has taken over duties in that number 96 Acura. So it's just a case of waiting to see how these two compare to each other. At the moment, they're about a second apart, but they have just come out of pit lane. Just waiting to see if we can get a feel for how quick either of these guys are. And this is where the other factor of endurance racing really comes into it. How fast are the other drivers in your team? How do they compare to, you know, the driver that everyone put in at the start? And how's that going to change the complexion of the race? Because of course, Liv, in your experience, mostly in single-seaters, it's just you, the car, and your strategy. So this is that little bit different, but I don't know, is there anything you can glean from that to give us an insight to what these drivers are dealing with right now?
I think that the main comparison if we talk about single seater is there's a car off at turn 8. You see the trail coming through the camera. That was the Portobello's 51 car. That was Sendero Teats, who just went straight on at turn 8, not hitting the brakes, or like maybe had a bit of a hardware issue. But that is I think some damage to the front end and a meatball, so a lot of wheel damage for the 51, who had such a great second stint of the race, and they're immediately in trouble coming into the third stint, and are going to lose multiple laps, I'd have to assume.
But I don't quite get.
Oh, no, on the apex of the Kinkers. The number 7 comes past. That is very sketchy indeed. They're trying to stay out of the way, but it's very difficult to limp a car back through that corner. 51 already down out of the top 10 before they even get to the pit lane to fix that thing.
Yeah, I see what you're talking about now. Sometimes it is better to just tow instead of trying to drive your car around on broken suspension. Teams just getting in the way of everyone and everything with how much that car is towed out at the moment. It's just I don't know, it feels a little bit too dangerous to me, and I feel like I wouldn't do that myself if the option to tow is there. However, we are seeing that fight resume between the 13 and the 69. Julian Joy still involved, but the 13 have made a driver swap as Kevin Chartier is now on board that car as they get bottled up a little bit behind the 274 that's Ale Torres in the Porsche. Both of them looking to the outside of that first little kink. Both of them get by relatively cleanly. However, they're coming up with a prototype's worst enemy, a GT3 through the carousel. What are they going to do? Are they going to stay to the inside? Are they going to go wide? Who knows? Time will tell. On this particular occasion, Alex Lado stays to the inside, lets both cars by relatively cleanly without any issue. But in all of that pit stop cycle, it's Albert Preem who's kind of come out on top of that in the number 5. They've made their driver swap in that DLR by SimLab Orange team, and really taken the advantage in these last laps as they are side by side through Canada corner. But Julian Joy has gone deep. Julian Joy has gone deep into Canada corner, manages to keep it out of the tire barrier, but it's going to lose about 10 or 15 seconds of time on track and will not be able to get in front of Kevin Chartier. Oh, such an unfortunate error into Canada, into a battle that was looking to keep going all race long.
And it's always a difficult braking zone, but it was the sort of instant that felt predictable. When you're going for that sort of lunge, you have to be sure that you don't outbrake yourself, both later than the car on the inside, sorry, on the outside, which is never gonna go well into Canada. Luckily, actually cleared them because of that and managed to avoid making car contact, and just goes off into the gravel and just inches away from the wall, and will hold on to P7, but now looking behind almost as much as looking forward. 14 seconds behind, 11 seconds up the road now is the car he was for a brief moment ahead of.
Yeah, that always sucks as a driver to make that mistake that late into your driver stint, because you don't have much time to recover that now. So Julian Joy is going to hand over the car, well, we assume is going to hand over the car in a less advantageous position than he originally had it in, and he's going to feel bad about that. It's not nice to hand your car over to your teammates in a worse position than it could have otherwise been. So I don't know, he's still got a stint probably to make up the time that he lost. It's 10.9 seconds, and just from looking at it, he's been the fastest driver out of those two cars, but only time's going to tell in this one, and traffic is going to be one of the biggest factors in this, because we've still got way over 50 cars out there on track, and we know what some of these guys have been like in traffic. In fact, the 13 car has been one of the strongest, I think.
They've certainly been one of the cleanest, one of the maybe not forced quite as many moves. That we have a swap for the lead of the race that's just happened in turn 6. And it's a mistake from the 55 into turn 5 that's going to make it happen. Just outbraking under very little pressure. Goes into the gravel and lets the number 96 back through with a new driver, Julian Harmond. But new drivers in both of those cars, actually, Balatrowski now in that Magicara car, and both cars
from Julian
having offs.
Yeah, going wide on the exit of the carousel. The gap was 0.6 through it, but Harmond is going to be well slow coming through the kink and through Kettle Bottoms.